Good evening and welcome. I call to order the Lake Havasu City Council regular meeting on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. We'll have our invocation from Kay Zimmerman with City on a Hill International Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Paul Lindsay with the River Riders.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. We just thank you, God. We have so much to be thankful for. We're a thankful people, God, and if anyone here isn't thankful, give them a heart full of thanksgiving tonight. So we just thank you, God, that you're such a good God. Thank you that you love this city and you have great plans for this city. I thank you, God, for Mayor Cal and our council, Father God, our fire chief, police chief, city manager, everyone in leadership over this city, God. We thank you for them. They're not here by accident, God. You put people in place. We think we do, but you do. And so we thank you for it, God. We thank you for the great vision you have for this city. And we thank you for the decree that you gave us back in 2007. And you said, pray it till you see it. So here we go. I decree over the city of Lake Havasu City that this city shall be a city of righteousness that honors God in all her ways, a city of hope to all her people and all those who come here. A city of light where darkness finds no room to hide. A city of love that prospers in all her ways, providing prosperity and goodwill to all her people, as well as those surrounding her. And a city of peace to all who dwell here, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. If you'd like to share a little bit about your organization.
First off, I'd like to thank you, the mayor and the council members and all the other people here, just to give us our little time in the sun here to brag about our upcoming toy run. It's our 42nd year of running this toy run. And it'll be held December 7th. We are blocking off the streets at Acoma and Smoke Tree. We will have entertainment, band, and a lot of fun down there. We're hoping to have a lot of motorcycles, probably up as far as 2,000. All our money for collection and the toys are all to take care of kids in Mojave County. We also do donate toys for the community dinner also. And I just like to say it's all open to the public, and I hope you enjoy and come down and join with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for all the work that you and your group does, and for also working with us on the community dinner. We appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Lindsay. All right, item 4 on our agenda is the roll call. Ms. Williams, if you please call the roll.
Council members Nancy Campbell.
Here.
Jenny Koch.
Here.
Jim Dolan. David Diaz.
Here.
Cameron Moses.
Here.
Vice Mayor Michelle Lynn.
Here.
Mayor Cal Sheehy.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5 is our consent agenda. Would any of the council members like to remove any of the items for separate discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Koch,
motion.
please.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Koch, a second from Councilmember Moses. We are ready to vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Item 6 is correspondence, communications, petitions, announcements, and the city manager report. We'll start with item 6.1, which is our fiscal year 25-26, July through September report from the Western Arizona Humane Society. Chief Sterling has included this in our packets for each of the members of the council, and it's also available on our website for citizens to review. Item 6.2 is the investment report as of September 30th, 2025. Ms. Olson has included this in our packet, and it's also available on our website for citizens to review. Item 6.3 is to announce vacancies on Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. Ms. Williams?
Mayor and City Council, this item is to announce vacancies on Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. The city currently has one alternate member vacancy on the Board of Adjustment, Anyone interested can pick up an application at City Hall, and they are also available on the city's website at www.lhcaz.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Then item 6.4 is our city manager's report. Good evening, Mr. Knudsen.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We've had one meeting this month, so I do have lots to share to catch up since our last council meeting. Starting with the congratulations on a recent retirement in our police department. Sergeant Mark Doyle officially retired from Lake Havasu City PD after more than 31 years of service to our community. He began his career as an auxiliary reserves officer in 1994 and advanced through the ranks to sergeant. Mark has consistently demonstrated professionalism, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to public safety. I'd like to thank Sergeant Doyle for his outstanding service to the police department and to the residents of Lake Havasu City, and of course, wish him all the best in his retirement. Congratulations. Lake Havasu City Fire Department held a pinning ceremony on Wednesday, October 15th to honor the team members for their recent achievements, promotions, and successful completion of probationary periods. There was a lot of pinning that occurred that night, a lot. So unfortunately, I can't name everybody that was pinned and recognized, but I do want to start with some of the ones that achieved a higher rank, including our Deputy Fire Chief of Administration, Jeff Kemp. He's pictured on the top left on the screen. A Battalion Chief, now Battalion Chief Ryan Fellish, pictured on the top right. Our new fire captains, Tyler Zink, Mark Terkas, Jacob Azar, Corky Coiner, and Matt Duty. You can see them pictured on the bottom left to right. And then we had 6 additional employees that successfully completed their 1-year employment probation, graduated from paramedic school, and earned their paramedic certification. So congratulations to each and one of you. We had 4 employees that were promoted to fire engineer and completed their 6-month probation, and 1 employee that completed their 1-year employment probation. Thank you to Chief Palafis for bringing the culture of badge pinning to Lake Havasu City, something that we did not have before Chief Palafis came to Lake Havasu. Of course, the ceremony highlights the dedication, professionalism, and continued growth of our fire department team as they advance their careers and strengthen their service as they provide services to our community. I was honored to join Councilmember David Diaz and our city directors in celebrating the graduation of our first ever Havasu Residence Academy. Our inaugural class of 22 residents completed an 8-week behind-the-scenes introduction to city operations, touring key facilities, and meeting directly with our leadership team. This bridged the gap between the city's operations and our residents, therefore increasing community engagement and transparency in local government. A special thank you to Community Engagement Officer Jerry Bracamonte for her tremendous effort in creating and coordinating this brand new program. Stay tuned. We're going to do this twice a year, and the next one will be opened up in the spring of 2026. So we'll have some information coming as that program opens. Just the video I had to share. Steve Blake did a wonderful job putting this together. At the last coffee with the mayor and city manager, we held a special edition together with residents and local organizations to unveil the Keep Havasu Beautiful 25-year time capsule at North Gateway Monument. Many groups opened their own capsules, and we created a meaningful moment of shared memories and community pride. Although there was some disappointments with all the water, that you can see the pictures that were there. We had a lot of water that was in the time capsule itself. But I want to play this short little video and share this with everybody.
Good morning and welcome to this special edition of Coffee with the Mayor and City Manager. Thank you so much for joining us. So today we're in for a special treat. 25 years ago, the community led by the Keep Havasu Beautiful Committee got together with a variety of different organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, Keep Havasu Beautiful, and local citizens and organizations to beautify the entrances into Lake Havasu City, both on the north end of our community and the south end of our community. Those are now the Welcome to Lake Havasu City monuments. And as part of that process, there was time capsules that were buried in each one. On the north end of our community, it was a 25-year time capsule. So this was the year 2000. This all occurred. And so we are excited to kind of learn about it and take ourselves back to the year 2000 and also discover what you all had in store for us to discover.
Very good. For future generations, if you're going to do a time capsule, make sure we're protecting it against the water. But what a great event, and I was happy to be part of that, and can't wait for the next capsule 25 years from now. On November 4th and 5th, the Lake Havasu City Police Department Community Service Unit and the Lake Havasu City Fire Department participated in the annual Kids on Colorado River event, where 200 to 300 7th grade students learned about the Colorado River. City staff provided instruction on life jacket use, water safety, and of course, emergency preparedness. Mayor Cal Sheehy visited the event, engaged with the students and staff as they explored river education and safety. This program is one of the many ways our police and fire department support and connect with our local youth. This month, Lake Havasu City proudly honored our employees, volunteers, and their family members who served in the United States Armed Forces. Mayor Cal Sheehy proclaimed November 6, 2025 as Employee and Volunteer Veteran Appreciation Day in recognition of their service and sacrifice. And on Veterans Day, the mayor, council members Nancy Campbell, Jenny Koch, David Diaz, Cameron Moses, our HR director, Dr. Bobby Kimmelton, and members of our Havasu Youth Advisory Council. We all attended the community's Veterans Day parade and ceremony to show our gratitude and support for all that served our country. A reminder, it's coming quick. We always get questions about this, so take note. On December 13th, in just a few weeks, we'll have our Household Hazardous Waste Recycling event. It'll take place on that Saturday, and it'll take place at Station 2 from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And if you're a resident of Lake Havasu, and you have to be a resident of Lake Havasu, you can safely dispose of electronics, hazardous materials, and whether it's paints or all the things that are listed here at that event. So I usually get a call about a week after saying, "Hey, when's the next event?" So please, it's going to be on December 13th in just a few weeks. If you have some questions, please contact Republic Services. They're our partner in this event, and they can be reached at 505-7410. The Aquatic Center pool will be temporarily closed from November 26th through December 15th. We do this each and every year to allow our maintenance and lifeguard teams to complete scheduled upkeep and improvements. And the work is essential to ensuring the facility remains safe, reliable, and enjoyable for the community. We'd like to thank the public for their patience as we complete these upgrades and do the much-needed cleaning. And we look forward to reopening the pool in mid-December, refreshed and ready for the winter season. We are accepting applications from residents interested in offering an invocation on the 2026 City Council regular meetings. On the City Council regular meetings for 2026. If you're interested in providing an invocation, we ask you to be a resident who have lived in Lake Havasu City for at least 1 year and apply using our voluntary invocation speaker application that's available on our website. So now's the time to do that. Applications are due at 5 p.m. on December 3rd, 2025, here in just next week. Speakers will be selected by lottery and notified by the city clerk's office. Invocations are voluntary and there are city guidelines, but for details, please contact the city clerk's office at 453-4142 if you have any questions. I invite the public to join myself and Mayor Cal Sheehy for the next Coffee with the Mayor and City Manager. It'll take place on Friday, December 5th in this room from 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you're a longtime resident or new to Lake Havasu City, please join us. It's a great opportunity to hear about what's happening and get updates on current and future projects, and we'd love to hear your feedback. And the meeting will take place in this room, which of course is the council chambers located at 92 Acoma Boulevard South. And with great sadness, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to you, Councilmember Nancy Campbell, and your family on the passing of Dorothy Dot Campbell. Dot was a true Lake Havasu City pioneer and a remarkable leader in our community whose impact will continue to be felt for generations to come. In her honor, Mayor Sheehy proclaimed Saturday, November 22nd as Dorothy Dot Campbell Remembrance Day. And of course, the London Bridge was illuminated purple as a tribute to her legacy. Our thoughts are with the Campbell family during this difficult time, but we are very, very grateful for the legacy that she left behind. And another tough one. Take a moment to acknowledge the recent passing of our colleague. He was very familiar and attended many of our city council meetings. Thilac Fernando. He was our wastewater superintendent and a valuable member of our Lake Havasu City team. He was known by all for his dedication, his professionalism, and his kindness, and his quirky sense of humor. His contributions made a meaningful impact on the community and our employees, and he will be deeply missed by those who had the privilege of working with him. On behalf of the city, I extend a heartfelt condolences to Thilac's family, his friends, and of course, all of our coworkers during this difficult time. As we head into the holiday season, I'd like to share a few upcoming community events. This Sunday, on November 30th, we'll hold our annual Christmas tree lighting ceremony. It'll take place at Wheeler Park at 6 p.m. And of course, we have the new tree this year, so please come and join us. On Friday, December 12th, our annual community dinner will take place at the Aquatic Center. And we have seatings as we do each and every year at 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. But we have more details to follow, but please mark your calendars for December 12th. And on December 19th, join us for Sledding with Santa. That'll be at Rotary Skate Park. We'll have an adaptive hour will be offered from 4:30 to 5:30. And then the main event will start from 5:30 to 7:30. And that's a fun event. And we'll have snow in Lake Havasu City, so please join us on that day. And save the date. We're inviting all of our local contractors and vendors. Please join us. We have a lunch and learn that's set up entitled Doing Business with the City. It'll take place on Wednesday, February 11th, and it'll go from noon to 1:30, and it'll be right here in the Lake Havasu City Council chambers. This session will provide an overview of our procurement process, our vendor registration, and upcoming partnership opportunities, and make some connections and contacts with our local contractors. We'll have more information to share as we get closer to that event, but again, please mark that date. And lastly, with the Thanksgiving holiday approaching, I want to share a quick reminder that the city admin offices and the Aquatic Center pool will be closed on Thanksgiving Day, November 27th, as well as Friday, November 28th. Of course, our police, fire, and emergency medical services will continue without interruption during this time frame. On behalf of the city, I would like to wish all of our residents a happy, safe, and relaxing Thanksgiving as we all reflect on what's truly important in our lives and embrace the attitude for gratitude. So please enjoy the holiday with family and friends. And with that, Mayor and Council, that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Knudsen. All right, we'll move on to item 7, which is our public hearings. During each of the next 8 items, we encourage you, if you are here for one of those items, to engage with the City Council during the public discussion of those items. We can have a two-way conversation at that point in the meeting. At the end of the meeting, we will have a call to the public where citizens can engage with the council on items not on the agenda, and I'll go over those guidelines when we get there. When we open the public hearing, and if you would like to speak, there will be indicator boxes on the screens throughout the room with the time counter for you, and we ask that you just address the City Council directly with your comments that you may have to include into the conversation. We'll start with item 7.1, which is a partnership agreement with the Military Moms Organization for the Military Tribute Banner Program. Mr. Kozlowski.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is truly a great opportunity for the city to extend a partnership agreement with the Military Moms Organization to recognize some of our military men and women in the community. Currently, these banners are placed out at the mall with limited visibility. And by working with Cindy Ritter with the Military Moms Organization, we were able to identify a location as Wheeler Park to move some of these banners to be able to have more visibility and allow the residents of our community to recognize those who are serving our country. These banners will remain up during their entire service and will be retired once they are no longer in service, and then given to the family and the individual who served our country as a thank you. And with that, I'd love to, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, I'd love to turn it over to Cindy Ritter to talk a little bit about the Military Moms Organization and all they do for the community. And then after that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Military Moms I've been with Military Moms for 12 years, and we have tried to do our best to do the things that are required to help our veterans in town that are suffering, needing things. We also show support to the other moms in our organization that have kids that are enlisted and possibly deployed. There's a lot of crying sometimes that happens, and we're there to show them support. They can call us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week if they need some support while their child is off serving our country. I really can't even extend as much gratitude as is necessary for your consideration for this to happen. We've tried for many years to get things, get the banners up on McCulloch, and we ended up putting them out at the mall, and they really belong up on McCulloch where everybody, visitors, residents, everybody can see them. It's really important that we show our support. And I really, really appreciate all the consideration and working with Anthony and the things that the city is willing to do for us to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ritter, and thank you for all the work that your organization does in our community. It does not go unnoticed. I'm really excited about this program. I agree with Ms. Ritter. This is a great location for it to showcase the brave men and women that are serving in the armed forces from Lake Havasu City. Are there any questions from members of the council for Mr. Kozlowski or Ms. Ritter? Yeah, Councilmember Diaz?
Yeah, I just wanted to verify it is on the under the background. It says the city will work with the Military Moms Organization to obtain the banners, verify that the information on the banners is correct and the application is accurate. And is that, but you're doing that right now by yourself, but how involved is the city going to be in that part of it?
We're going to be very involved. The application process will be on our website for people to access, but we are going to need the Military Moms' help to kind of make sure we're confirming that these individuals are serving our country. I do believe that the Military Moms also assist with fundraising for these banners for the families to make sure that they can get them up. And then our parks team will help assist with putting the poles up and placing them at Wheeler Park.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
I just have a quick question. How many current banners do we have up right now at the mall?
We currently have 10. 5 of them are the KIA banners, which we would like to put behind the fence that's behind the fountains, that's behind the USA statue. And then there will only be 1 that's currently out there that will be kept because everybody else is out of the service. So we only have 1, plus he actually graduated from Havasu High. So that's one of the requirements now, which we didn't have before. But now we've got the requirement where they have to graduate from Havasu High School, obviously live here and all of those things. So, we're hoping to get approval so we can start putting it out in the community. I've been told that we have 12 to 15 people that sign up from the high school every year. So we're hoping to get the word out so people will start purchasing their banners.
How much room do we have over there? Like how many maximum banners can we put over there? Any idea? I'm just curious.
Sure. I mean, at this point, I believe we have plenty of room to be able to sustain about 25 banners. But as we get more, depending on our involvement with pushing out press releases and notifying the community, we'll take a look as far as and work with Cindy Ritter and the Military Moms to identify the best location for all of them around the Wheeler Park.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Are there any additional questions? And the agreement actually is that they have to graduate from a Lake Havasu area school. So the high school, Telesis, any of the charters as well. With that being said, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak to the city council on this item? If so, just make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
What about, Bonnie Toy, what about homeschoolers?
Yeah, so they just have to get their education in Lake Havasu City. So if they do that, then they would be eligible.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for any additional discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, Councilmember Diaz.
I move to approve the partnership agreement with the Military Moms Organization for the Military Tribute Banner Program in Lake Havasu City.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Diaz, a second from Councilmember Campbell. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next item is item 7.2, ordinance number 25-1373, approving the planned development rezone and amended general plan development plan of 5601 Highway 95, Building I, Track 2396, Lot A3, approximately 4.54 acres from General Commercial Plan Development District to General Commercial Plan Development District to allow multifamily residential a maximum of 32 feet above the approved design building pad height for each of the buildings and an exception to the covered parking requirements. Mr. Kearns.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The subject property is located on the west side of the shops at Lake Havasu, just south of Walmart. A commercial retail building is to the east, and undeveloped Arizona state land is to the west of the property. The property measures a total of 4.54 acres. It consists of a theater, restaurant, and parking area. The adjacent properties are zoned General Commercial C2 District and General Commercial Plan Development C2PD District. The general plan designates this area as commercial mixed use. If the rezone is approved, it will conform with the existing land use, which is in conformance with the goals and policies of the general plan, including high-density residential. The applicant's letter of intent states that they are proposing a 102-unit multifamily project that will consist of 6 buildings with a mix of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. The buildings will be 3-story buildings with exterior access to the units. Each unit will have a balcony or patio at the rear. The structures will be modular construction. This means that they will be built off-site and brought on location to be assembled. The applicant has committed to developing a high-quality community that meets city standards, complies with the shop's CC&Rs, and provides well-designed, energy-efficient homes. The mall CC&Rs require shared parking and cross-access easements through the majority of the mall properties. The owner provided a parking calculation for the current existing uses at the mall. After being reviewed by staff, there are currently 713 parking spaces more than current code requires. This project will remove 322 spaces and provide 176 new spaces. After the project's completion, there will be 567 parking spaces more than the current code requirements. Besides the requested exceptions, the requested exceptions for the zoning requirements number 1, allow multifamily residential uses in the C2 zoning district pursuant to the amended general development plan provided. 2, allow 32-foot maximum building height measured from the approved maximum grade. The current plan development allows a 46 feet height for the movie theater, 42 feet for the existing mall architectural features, and the Walmart building next door is 35 feet tall, just to put it in perspective. Number 3, parking spaces shall be exempt from the requirement to provide covered parking. The parking spaces will remain shared with the adjacent commercial uses. There is currently no covered parking spaces at the mall. The conditions for code compliance are 1, the development of the property shall substantially match the general development plan. 2, multifamily residential is allowed only on the northern half of the subject property as identified on the amended general development plan. A lot alteration is required to create a separate lot for the proposed multifamily project. The lot alteration and parcel plat must be completed prior to any future city approvals. 3, the current shared parking and cross-access easements for the subject property and surrounding properties must remain shared. And 4, the building permits and design review for compliance with city codes are required prior to development of the property. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant also has a presentation to show.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Do we want to hear from the applicant first, or do you want to? Yeah, Councilmember Campbell.
Current height is out there for the. I see they're going at the pad 32 feet. So what was it currently?
So the height for C2 district is 25 feet, but the current PD out there that they have existing, the movie theater, allows 46 feet for the tower on the movie theater. The architectural features on the corners, they have those at 42 feet, and the Walmart is 35 feet tall.
Appreciate that.
Mayor?
All right. If the applicant would like to make a presentation.
All right, we'll see if this works. My name is Chad Nelson, and been trying to make this happen for a while. Remember when Jess became the city manager, he immediately tried to tackle high density, and there were some people in the audience that were in the room with him, with the mayor, and we've been trying to make something happen since 2018. So I just want to thank the community and everybody that's been so positive about this project. So with that, we'll see if this clicker works. It does. All right. So this is a local project. So since 2018, we've been trying to make this happen and come together as a company that has offered the right solution. This can't be done by a big construction company developer. It's all individuals that are coming together to make this happen. And that's the only way to make it happen. The apartments in Havasu they've gotten to be really old. And so to build new apartment complexes, the cost is just too great. The mayor made a pledge to the community that he would approve the first high density project that came to the council, and he followed through with that promise. Unfortunately, by the time the developer was going to build that project, costs had tripled, and it just wasn't feasible to create a project for the workforce. So you had to come up with a different solution, and that's what Come Together is all about. The vacancy rate is about 1.2%. So when one comes available, they get filled immediately. These are older apartments. They're not energy efficient. They're tired. So I'm a local realtor. I moved here in 2005, and on a weekly basis, we get calls from business owners and people in the community. Hey, help me find a rental. I'm an electrician. I've got an employee that I want to hire. And as the city well knows, when people move here, they fall in love with the community. But when it comes to finding a domicile, a place to live, that's where we fall short. The hospital can't hire. The school can't hire. Big companies can't hire, like Sterilite. Even the city. The city deals with that. Some employers in this town have to buy houses for their employees just to keep them here. It's a very tough situation. One of the comments that we get on a regular basis is all of the vacant land around Havasu. Build it here, build it there. There's tons of land out there. Well, what most people don't know, and what's really important to have in this meeting, is that most of that vacant land is BLM or state land or refuge property or state land trust. So you can't build on that land without going through a huge process. And then on top of that, that land does not have utilities. And some of the land that we could build on is not zoned properly. And so when we go to do a zoning realignment, we were met with fierce opposition. So we had to find a place where this is really going to work. Tiny homes. A lot of developers had tried to make a solution with tiny homes. What you find out is that a tiny home still has a kitchen. It still has air conditioning. It still has 4 stuccoed walls. It still has a concrete slab. And it's not much cheaper to build a tiny home than it is to build a house. A house just has more square footage. So tiny homes are very expensive to build. And on top of that, you have to, put in landscaping requirements, dumpsters, fencing, and a lot of things that just drive the cost of rent up if you're going to rent one of those out or to sell them. And one of those things that I think that planning and zoning and the city council tried to do when a lot of these tiny homes were come to fruition is changing the parking regulations, because there's not enough room to maneuver in these tiny home developments. The standard of parking is 10 by 20, and that's those are outside dimensions. So you could have a 9-foot garage door. It's hard to get in and out of those things. But maybe unintentionally, those requirements went right over to multifamily regulations. So high density apartments as well. It affected high density apartment building. And those parking regulations basically prohibit high density, even when you have a nice lot, because you have to have a sea of parking, and you can't build enough units to make it cost effective. Then we have the issue with the covered parking. Covered parking is a cost. Covered parking, in a workforce development, typically does not get used because they're working during the day. You're covering the cars at night. But those costs get passed on to the tenants. And so that is one thing, that is one reason why we looked at moving a development like this out of where there's residential standards and into an area where there's commercial standards. So there's no covered parking at the mall, and you don't want covered parking in the development because the manager for Walmart will go and park in the covered parking. So it just didn't make sense. And so we're looking for solutions, and this is a great solution. The city was really forward thinking in the Northgate area of Lake Havasu City. This area was designed to thrive with retail and new businesses and restaurants and multifamily and all of the sort. And the only thing that's new that's being built out there, with the exception of, maybe a mattress store and an AutoZone, is storage units. And so all of the utilities that the city put in, the sewer, the water, the electricity, everything, all the connectivity is there for development, and it's being underutilized. And that is one thing personally I was afraid of when we went to study this, and all the utility companies they're like, no, you've got plenty of connectivity. We need to use the utilities that are in that area. From the housing study that was done a few years ago, states that 39% of Havasu residents pay over 35% of their income, and 19% pay over 50% of the income. Now, this study was done a couple of years ago, and so it's just gotten worse. According to that study, we needed about 1,500 units back then. So we're down to needing about 1,200 units or more as the city grows. So we need to correct this missing middle housing inventory crisis. So the development is going to be in such a great area, near jobs, near amenities. Amenities is something that we talk about when it comes to high density. You know, is there going to be parks? Is there going to be things for people to do? And I know, you know, some of the council members have gone out here and walked in that area. They've seen the theater, the restaurants, the jobs, the frozen yogurt shop, the little splash pad. There are a lot of amenities that are local and nearby bike riding all the way down to the lake, you know, kayaking down there. It's a great place to live and to be around and be able to recreate as well. So this is a drone shot of the actual parking lot. And if anybody has gone out in there and visited this parking lot, this is what it looks like. There's nobody out there. There's nobody utilizing this parking lot. Now, when the parking spaces are mentioned in the study, it doesn't include Walmart. It doesn't include Dillard's. A lot of the parking that's still not being utilized is not in that parking calculation because those are owned by different entities. And so there's actually more parking than in that parking study. So we had to look for a place that had more than enough parking, where there could be no question. And we found it. And the owner of this land was in that meeting with the mayor and the city manager back in 2017 or 2018, and had the opportunity to do something very different with this land. Once he heard about this project, he denied that opportunity to do this. So I'm proud of the relationships that have been built around doing this project and the desire to help the community. This is quality housing. This is not cheap housing. This is energy efficient. But we're still trying to be under the market when this housing is finished. And the way that we're accomplishing that, and there's no subsidies involved in this project. There's no government funding. There's nobody helping out. It's people, it's the cabinet maker that's helping out. It's the plumbing contractor that's helping out. It's the landowner that's helping out. There's no other way to do it. The building height has been addressed a couple times. We're going to be right around 30 feet. There's several towers and buildings that are higher. And I think when this is being built, you probably won't even see it. When it's finished, you probably won't even see it from the highway. We talked a little bit about serving the middle, the missing middle. This is the backbone of our community. These are the people that are going to be working on the many new developments that are coming to Lake Havasu. So we need to ensure that we have a place for them to live. We need to ensure that they have a place to call home. We need to ensure that when companies are hiring new employees, that they have a place to land and they make plans for the future. That's pretty much the end of the presentation. I do want to mention the website. It's come-together.com. And you can sign up to be on an interest list and learn more about the development. And I'll turn it back to you for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. All right, we've had a presentation from the staff and also from the applicant. Any questions or conversations? Vice Mayor Lynn?
I just have a question. I'm not really familiar with apartment complex or anything, but is there like an association or something, like who's going to make sure that those apartments are kept clean, that there's not like clothes being hung outside? Like, how does that work?
I would recommend to go to the website. So and check out a company called Renew. So Renew is right on the website, and it's a property management company. So and they're a bona fide property management company, a big property management company. So to do a project like this, it needs a big property management company that can handle 102 units.
We won't be looking at those type of issues out there. I just guess that I like the idea a lot. I like the location. I like everything about it. I just want to guarantee that what we're presenting isn't going to turn out to be, and I want to be really politically correct on saying this, very low income housing that we see in other areas, that's not what we're bringing to Havasu.
Sure.
So to prevent some of those stereotypes of what that looks like.
Sure. Yeah. And I would recommend, and you can reach out to Renew as well. This is not going to be a low income housing development. It's not going to meet those standards. These are going to be nice new apartments. We do have a goal of being, under the market rent, but their standards of selecting tenants are high standards.
There. Councilmember Moses?
Yeah, if I can make a comment and ask a question too. But I like this idea. I think I don't think there's a citizen in Lake Havasu that doesn't want that mall to be successful. I'm asked every day, when are we going to get new retailers, new shops, stores, shopping, fun stuff to do. So I believe that that mall was built without the homes around it, and having this apartment complex will be a step in the right direction of really making that mall be a success, which I think is very important for our city. I did have a question though, just in hearing the presentation about how it's constructed, and from the city standpoint, I'm sure these are very different than anything we've ever looked at before. What has the city done to make sure that, this new type of construction is still going to be safe and good for our residents?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Toonman, Development Services Director. Thank you, Mr. Moses, for the question. These are factory-built buildings, which means that they're state regulated. The city actually has a ISA with the state to permit and do the inspections for these type of factory-built buildings. So we've experienced a few of them at the hospital. We've done one, but we very rarely see them, but we're always going to training. These also include, we have the ISA that includes manufactured homes too. That's usually what we deal with, but this factory-built building is going to be kind of new to us, but the state inspects it in the factory. They do all those inspections, then they're shipped out to the site, and we do all of those inspections. So really, we're not concerned at all. We have the expertise to deal with this type of construction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell?
Thank you. I want to thank you guys for this project. And as for the infrastructure on the north side of our city, when I first was elected, we had like hydrants dumping water from the water tanks right down the riverbank into the lake. Why? Because we had to upgrade our water tank infrastructure because we had so much water in these tanks that weren't being used on a regular basis. So realistically, when the city was building that infrastructure, we did plan on a whole lot more residential and commercial use out in that area. And realistically, it will do our infrastructure justice to move a project like this forward. So there's a lot of conversation out there about what about your infrastructure? What about, I love this idea and the location because instead of putting it into a neighborhood where we're in older 50-year-old pipes, we're not planned oversized lots, not planned for this kind of infrastructure use. We are going that direction. It's the only direction we can go for growth, and we're getting closer to our Tri-City. And that's good for all of us. So, and thank you very much. I appreciate the project.
Yeah, Councilmember Diaz?
I just have a question for Mr. Nelson. And so I understand the parking shades, not having to put the shade structure up helps you keep the proposed rents down. But just reiterate once again, the infrastructure part that Councilmember Campbell was just talking about, how that's helping you because it's already there. Just kind of underline that for us.
Okay, so the utilities they're underused. So all of them are. The electric is there's boxes for future out there. The sewer lines are over 20 feet deep. So the sewer has more than enough capacity, and storage units don't use, they typically have a bathroom, for, like 2 or 3 bathrooms that everybody uses. There's just nothing being built out there. It's going to, you don't want those utilities to go to waste. And there's not an opportunity to use it because those storage units aren't going away, and there's probably going to be more of them built. So it is important. I think that was a blessing. That was probably my biggest concern when helping this project along. My biggest concern was utilities. And when we bring up utilities, it's like, oh, no, there's plenty of capacity out there for everything. So it'll be good to utilize those utilities.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for Ms. Gary.
Just microphone, please.
I have a question for Ms. Gary. So there's been some talks about that we are in violation possibly if we allow this to go forward of the Arizona state statute, the general plan. And I did call you on it, and we're not changing the general plan. It's just an amendment to the general plan, which we're allowed to do as long as it keeps up with the goals and the objectives of our general plan. So can you kind of go over that a little bit, please?
Absolutely. Councilmember Diaz, as we discussed, this item really doesn't have anything to do with amending the general plan. So I think there might be a little bit of confusion when we're talking about rezoning and then doing an amendment to the general development plan. And so the general development plan is specific to this development. As far as the general plan goes, there's no request to amend it. The current use that's being proposed and that you're considering tonight is allowed within the land designation that is already in existence under the general plan for this property.
Thank you very much. I just want to get that on the record. And I did walk the property with Mr. Nelson, and he's correct. It's a underutilized parking area that everyone uses as a cut through from London Bridge Road to get to Walmart. So I'm 100% for this, and thank you for bringing it to us.
And Mayor, I just want to state that I've always been an advocate for covered parking. I still am in some of these, but I love the way you presented that. If you put covered parking out there, all the merchants are going to be parking right there, which is going to defeat the purpose for the residential. So again, just for everybody out there, I'm still a big fan of the covered parking. I think developers can afford to do that. And it's just a better overall look for our community. But in this case, good point. Great debate. Thank you much.
Mayor, just a quick question, Chad. I looked up Renew online and just wondering, it looks like a lot of virtual and self-guided tours. Do you know, have they indicated if they'll have a property manager on site?
We'll have access to the units. The way that they're going to do it, we haven't completely developed yet, but there will be representatives on site to show the properties.
But for like day-to-day, like an office that would be open?
There won't be an office on site in the development, but there could be nearby. That I don't have an answer to that question.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments before we open the public hearing? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this item? If so, just make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Emiliano Torres. I am a resident. And the plan seems very practical, seems reasonable, except for the idea of eliminating the dedicated parking for the residents. Initially, there was an exception being considered to accept the covered parking, but they found a slick way of getting around that by calling this a Z zoning area, which does not require parking, but that's for a shopping mall, not for a residence. So my questions here is what's the rationale for the cost savings? What is the actual cost savings for eliminating the covered parking? How much per unit? And what cost savings will be rational for future developers? What's the formula so that I don't have to put a garage in the home I want to build in the future? Is there a formula, or just these people get exempt from the covered parking? The Zone C rationale, that takes away all the private parking for the residents, which is a problem because now the mall becomes the owner of the parking, not the residents. The mall or the developer will be able to dictate who can park, how long they can park, type of vehicle allowed to park. What are the common areas? The whole mall becomes a common area if there is no private parking. Who resolves the issue? The landlord, the mall, the individual residents, or some kind of HOA? We don't know who's going to resolve these issues. And I'm going to give you an example of a few potential issues. Obnoxious children on skateboards who are tenants to this development. They can't be kicked off. They can't be trespassed. They're residents. They have just as much a right to be obnoxious on those sidewalks and in that parking lot as anybody else. How about tenants that have issues with residents, might have legal issues with the people that live there? Let's say you've got a habitual shoplifter that you want to exclude from the shopping area. You can't do that if he's a tenant. He lives there. He has a right to be there. How about competitive businesses that are going to be able to park and use that parking lot because they have no dedicated parking? Just like the gentleman, Mr. Nelson, said, the person that manages the Walmart will take one of the covered spots because that's great. Well, by making it communal, I could have a dog grooming business and park right in front of the PetSmart if I'm a tenant. I can park my ratty landscape truck with the signs on the side right in front of Dillard's. I'm a tenant. I have a right to that parking area. If the whole thing's a parking area, then the whole thing's a parking area. Other developments like this have a dedicated entrance and exit, and they have private parking. This doesn't. Mr. Nelson even said, what's going to keep the manager of Walmart from taking that primo covered parking? Well, let's go it the other way around. By eliminating this, a tenant can take any parking spot in that development, anyone, because there is no private parking. Other developments have been required to meet city code, particularly the covered parking. There is no reason to exempt this one from that exemption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item?
Good evening, Council. My name is John Parrott. I live at 2490 Lima Drive. I'm in the commercial real estate business, but I have no relationship with this project. Mr. Nelson and I work for the same company, but I'm not financially involved at all. And I'm a strong supporter of this project. I'm on the general plan committee, and I'm a strong supporter of apartments. If you think about our population and our workforce, we are so diverse that we need this real wide spectrum of housing opportunities. And that, it goes from a studio apartment to a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a small duplex, a bigger duplex, small house, bigger house. And we even need those $5 million houses too, because we have people who want to buy them. I'm a strong supporter of the starter home project that's going to be out at Havasu Heights. And over the years, we've built duplexes and we've built houses, and some of them are for rent. What we haven't built is apartments. And the reason for that is because Mr. McCulloch didn't leave us enough large pieces of land to do it. And it takes a special kind of investor to get into the apartment business. It's not an easy business to be in. So I think this is a terrific opportunity for us. And I think we have Mr. Nelson brought up that average age of apartment buildings is 43 years. I've been here 50 and I barely can remember the last time a new apartment building was built. And one of the I'm not sure that my facts are straight here, but I read that these apartments are going to be offered with rent that includes utilities. If that's the case, that's a wonderful thing for younger families. It'll really help with stability in their budgeting. And I think that personally, if we have a new group of 100 apartments, there's going to be a lot of apartment owners who are going to say, I better figure out how to fix up my place. It better be more efficient. And so some competition in that market is really good. I think we've missed a couple of opportunities to build apartment buildings here, and for whatever reason, and I strongly encourage you to approve this. The covered parking thing doesn't bother me. The positives of this so outweigh any little negatives that I strongly encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item? Yeah, please. Yeah, just make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
My name's Kim. So if there's not specific parking, I know some of us in this room have handicapped kids and handicapped people. How far away do I have to park? Let's say I get home at 2 a.m. because I'm coming in from out of town, and now there are no close parking spots. How does that work?
Yeah, so there's parking facilities at this establishment, so the entire area, but there would be handicap parking.
Because they're talking about anybody can park anywhere. What's to say, is there a specific lot for room number 1 and house number 2, and will it be set up that way?
Yeah, no, it'd be open parking, but there would be special ADA parking that would be in this area to meet the ADA codes. And the good news is no one's parking back there right now, and it's a parking lot.
I get that, but when you put these homes there, that changes things.
Sure, yeah, but there would be ADA parking in that area for the scenario that you brought forward.
In front of each of the buildings?
No, in front of the development as a whole. It would meet the requirements for ADA parking, and there would be parking for those residents that need that.
Okay.
Kim, for the record, can we get your last name?
Sure.
Sure. Thank you.
And also when we're saying, okay, well, utilities are included and we're making this so you don't have to pay 50% or 19% or whatever the numbers were of your income. What price range are they talking for these 1 and 2 bedroom apartments?
Yeah, great.
Then another question I have is there's a lot of people around town that their landlords aren't taking care of broken this and broken that and broken the other. Who's going to be in charge of fixing that type of thing?
Yeah, the management company will do that. But Mr. Nelson, I don't know if you would like to address some of those questions.
I'd like to address actually most of those questions, but we'll address Kim's first. I don't know if you could pull back up the plan, just the site plan. Like the mayor said, there's nobody parking there now, and there's going to be plenty of parking spaces. And we will have to meet the city's standards with all the curbs, the sidewalks, and required handicap parking spaces. And there's going to be there's going to be a lot of units on the first level. So it's going to provide a good variety of units for anybody with a handicap. So we're really proud of that. There are CC&Rs in this development. So what happens a lot of times is people bring up opinions, but they don't have any data. And the gentleman that was here before obviously has not read the CC&Rs. This is every building out there in the mall, they have to contribute towards what are called CAM fees. And CAM fees help to take care of the landscaping, the pavement, everything like that. And that includes security. So they have security out there. The CC&Rs don't allow the type of behavior that he was mentioning. And I would just recommend that, anybody in the public, if they have questions about any of those things, to just reach out and ask for the CC&Rs, especially before you make comments like that. And I wanted to address you guys again and see if you had any other questions after those questions were answered.
Mr. Nelson, did you have, are you prepared to talk about the anticipated rental cost?
So we're hoping to be about 10% below the market. So the single bedrooms, we're hoping to be around 1,200. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then the 2 bedrooms, right around 1,500. Any other questions?
Lynn has a question.
I have a question about the parking, and I don't know what the rules are out there with the parking right now, but what is stopping people from the overnight parking or putting campers out there or off vehicles and leaving them parked there? Like, is there going to be rules like that? I get if you have an apartment, you're going to have a car there, but what if they bring a camper there or a boat there or something? Is that allowed, or how does that work out there?
So, in the parking calculations, Walmart was not included in that. And so obviously people overnight camp at Walmart, they park there, but the rest of the mall has security. So, however the security handles that, that's part of the CC&Rs.
I guess if you're renting there and you happen to have a boat, are you allowed to park your boat there permanently in a parking spot?
The security will regulate that and the CC&Rs will.
Because I could see that being a problem.
I'm Michelle. I'm Don Cantrell. I don't talk very loud, but it's crystal clear to us. We're building this development for the missing middle, and that's a lifestyle, right? And our objective is to deliver a quality housing experience. So that means it's a couple of points here, real quick. It's not Section 8 housing, right? We're clearly looking for the folks that are maybe living in Section 8 housing today because they can't afford to get to the next step. Right? So we're really developing a product for those folks to move out of kind of the substandard conditions, right? And part of that is creating a community with rules, right? Because we don't want laundry hanging out on the balconies, right? So if you go to our website, it's really important. Spent a lot of time, and you asked about Renew. I want to speak about that for a moment as well. But if you go onto our site, you will see the requirements, black and white, and parking. I think y'all have brought up a great point. We'll work with our Renew partners to make sure that we, outside of the CC&Rs, Jared, we'll make sure that our residents are not abusing parking privileges. Because there are the CC&Rs, but then there's our rules. Now, Renew, I want to speak about that for a moment. They're a large national company with, I could be wrong, I think they have 15,000 doors under management. The reason that we chose them after an exhaustive process, and I'm happy to share with the council members our RFP for this process. So you can see it's 53 different subject areas that these folks had to comply with. And one of the big things that I was looking for was involvement from the CEO level of their company. And their CEO and I communicate weekly to make sure that we get this right. So we don't know about what we're going to need on site. We don't think we're going to need on site because these are smart homes, occupancy sensors, open door sensors, humidity sensors, water leak sensors. You control your thermostat from your phone. I mean, we're really building a quality community. If we end up needing somebody there, then we'll put somebody there. But a real key component of this, which I don't think, Chad, that you really spoke to, this is an economic exercise for us. Every dollar saved, we pass on in rents. Every dollar spent, we have to also pass on in rents. Because obviously we have to be able to pay for this thing. But by constructing it efficiently, we'll get the rents. If we were to build this with stick built, we would have to charge $2,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. We think we're going to be a lot closer to $1,200. We may not get there because there's still, I'm sure there's still some surprises that are going to hit that spreadsheet. But our target objective is a quality housing experience for those that don't have that opportunity today.
Vice Mayor Lind, do you have a follow-up?
Just one more quick question. So, also with the space out there, there's like no green area. Are you allowing pets in that area?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Pets, if you could have pets in the apartments.
Yes.
Just, you can.
And we'll have a dog park and.
Okay. Okay. You will have something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you for those comments. And just to verify, and I know that 1,200, we're not going to hold you to that 1,200 and 1,500, but it comes with, that comes with stuff. So outline that, what it comes with, please.
Yeah. So, dude, we're hitting all kinds of new surprises. Like Unisource doesn't want to let us single meter the buildings. So, which we think is a great idea. Also make sure that they can't be converted to condos in the future, which driving around the city, that seems like the plague. All the housing got converted to townhouses and condos. So we're not 100% sure what we can build into the rent. Let me tell you what we know about for sure. We know water, we know internet. So when you move into these homes, the TV's are already on the wall. All the smart homes are already programmed. You open it with your phone. There's not a key, right? These guys at Renew have done this thousands of times. So we're not doing anything really new. All of the lighting is low voltage. We're over insulating. We're building these to own them forever. We don't want to sell them. We want to own them forever. We want to pay the utilities. So we're building them so they're super energy efficient. Unisource has given us, we're figuring it out. If we can write the check for the utilities, we will. If we can't, then we'll bake that in. We'll lower the rent to account for that. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kevin, it's only the electricity that is the question at the moment. And we're working with that.
I heard someone mention, and I was talking something, washer and dryer also?
Washer and dryer, right? And these are we're going to own them. So it's GE appliances. We're not going, it's efficient, but it's not cheap. If you ever want to call me, David, I will walk you through where we're spending money so we don't have to spend it later. The outside exterior, same stuff the Courtyard by Marriott uses. We don't have to pay it for 30 years. But it's $12 a square foot for that stuff. It's not cheap, but we build it into the model so we don't have to spend money on maintenance.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cantrell. We will now go back to the public hearing. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item?
Hello, Mayor, City Council. It's Bonnie. I just want to reiterate the need for handicap accessibility for everyone and the fact that this is going to be a new development. And I know that there were new developments within the last 3 years that were built on Swanson that are not handicap accessible they're not politely handicaps accessible because there's like no place for someone who has a wheelchair to park and then use a wheelchair to access those parking lots. There's like 3 tiny home complexes on Swanson. I know I've reiterated that before. And so I will go ahead and reiterate again that perhaps the city also may need to review about going above the basic requirements of the ADA, because our city deserves to be better than minimum, especially when it comes to ADA requirements. People deserve that. When there's put it this way, that beautiful median down Highway 95, we deserve better than that in our homes, in our apartment complexes, in our condos, and our tiny home communities. It deserves better than that. Those medians are high. Anybody trying to step Safeway complex, there's only one place to get up onto the sidewalk. So I don't know how they intend to build their buildings, but I would like to just reiterate that our requirements should be going above that in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Kelly Lutz, as you may know. I think that the developer has the best intentions in the world, and that's great. But I share Council Members Koch's concern about on-site management, and of course Michelle Lynn's concerns about how it's going to be managed. And Mr. Torres has a valid concern about the parking and the exits and the egress and what's going to happen with the parking. And I think one of my questions regarding that maybe is to planning and zoning and ordinances. It seems like, as they said, Walmart has overnight parking, and I think there's ordinances that prevent that from occurring in the city. Is that correct? So I don't need an answer for sure, specifically on that, but my point is that, and it's a question, isn't the mall an entity on its own in a private property that doesn't necessarily pertain to rules and ordinances about things like overnight parking and parking in general? Doesn't the mall have its own rules on that? In other words, can the city go in and pull a car out that's not registered properly, which we could on the streets? So, and overnight parking, can the city go into the mall and stop someone from overnight parking in a motorhome or for a week? But so that my question is, isn't the mall as a commercial property have its own rules that kind of exempt it from some city ordinances?
So the mall can have their own rules, but any city ordinances that pertain to such as camping would take precedence over the rules of the CC&Rs. Mm-hmm. However, Walmart is not included in their CC&Rs, so Walmart's kind of a separate from this development.
So this particular development would still have to maintain all the city ordinances and rules and things like that. So there are some checks and balances that we as the city have in this development.
Yes, the city, they can be more stringent. They can't be less stringent.
Okay, their own CC&Rs, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And anything that doesn't meet city code would go through the code enforcement process.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? Okay. Make sure you get one opportunity, but I'll let you ask this next question. So make sure all the questions come out.
I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a question before. Because he said you're going to have to open it with your phone. Well, what happens if you lose your phone or your phone's stolen or your phone dies? Can you not get in your house that afternoon?
Yeah, getting a little technical from a zoning land use.
That's just.
Sure, yeah. So maybe you wouldn't rent a place here if that would be a concern for you. But would anyone else like to address the city council? All right.
My name is Jarrett Ports, and I'm a partner in this project as well as the landowner and the declarant at the Shops of Lake Havasu. A little bit about my background. I'm a recovering Californian. I've been in Lake Havasu since, that's not this meeting, right? I've been in Lake Havasu since I was in junior high. I grew up here. I met my wife here. We have our family here. But before that, when we were in California, I grew up in the projects. So I come from an incredibly low income family. We know what it's like to struggle to make ends meet, have parents working multiple jobs, and be able to hopefully provide food instead of luxuries and things. And so I've been incredibly blessed in my life to have my family move us here to Lake Havasu. Lake Havasu has been incredibly good to myself, my family, and lots of people. I've been able to create a great business and a few great businesses because of the support and the things that have happened here. We've been trying to solve this housing problem a very, very long time. And this team up here has done an incredible job to try and solve that. It seems to me like there's a lot of people that have opinions and they forget that there's people that aren't living in the foothills that need a place to live. And there's nothing wrong with living in the foothills. That's what we all aspire to do. That's amazing. But there's people that want to have a place to live that's safe and comfortable. And if a covered parking space costs $15,000, because that's what it costs by the time you have the structural steel, the engineering, the footings, the digging, the concrete, the pour back, the inspections, the special inspections, all the different things, it adds up really fast. At the end of the day, a typical developer needs 10%. That's $150. That's what that costs for those folks to live there. So, for me, I think that this project has met a need. And like Chad said, we had another opportunity come to us for a commercial use in that back parking lot. We could have sold it, probably made more money, done some really great things, and it would have met all the things that are happening for the mall. But this is an awesome opportunity for our community. We absolutely want to address ADA. We want to make sure that all that's done. And as you guys know, we will do that. I just want to say for the record, we want to do everything correctly. From an on-site management standpoint, we have about 15 staff at the mall. They do security, they do landscaping, they do pickup, they do a lot of different things. We will either expand our staff or work with the Come Together team, depending on the need, to fix toilets that we do already, to replace cabinet doors, to let people in if a battery dies on the keypad because the phone doesn't work, those types of things. It's all about making sure the cost stays low and that we're not adding on-site management as an additional cost. Because at the end of the day, you have 102 units, you pay somebody $60,000 a year, you divide that $60,000 a year into 102 units. We truly, these guys that come together have hit something that their heart is doing the right thing for the right intentions. And I think we're really excited to do that. One of the things I do definitely want to address is if people are breaking the law at our property, the city and the police department and that have, the rights. And also we're not allowing kids to break laws or to break CCNR codes and things like that, whether they live there or not. I mean, they can't be a perpetual shoplifter and be like, I live across the street, so you can't arrest me for shoplifting or doing that. So our goal is to make sure that we always meet city code and city regulations. And I can tell you that from our experience owning the mall for a few years, Walmart and Dillard's and JCPenney's and those folks take awfully good care of themselves and make sure that we are doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing and not allowing Deborah's Pet Clips to be clipping, dog hair in front of the PetSmart. So, this will absolutely continue to be a beautiful place. I think this enhances that. I think it enhances the opportunity for our, the people that work at our restaurants or cities and that to have a affordable and wonderful place to live. So super thankful for this team for all they've done for a number of years to try and make this happen. This is the time, this is the project, and this is going to be amazing. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Ports. All right, would anyone else like to address the City Council before we close the public hearing? All right, close the public hearing, bring it back to council for any discussion or possible motion.
Mr. Mayor, I just had one comment. I'm going to vote yes on this project. I think it's a great project. I do want to address, I don't know if the targeted audience that you're looking at and living out there at that price point is really aiming at the right people out there. I have a 1-bedroom, 1.5 bath condo downtown with a full covered parking indoor with a swimming pool. And I pay the association fee and I rent it for $1,000 a month. So I'm just saying, I appreciate the project. I think it's great, but I don't know if the targeted people like your restaurant type employee and stuff are going to be able to afford that rent. But I do think it'll be rented out. I think it'd be great. I just don't know if the audience you're aiming at is what you're going to get out there, but that'll be up to you and what you guys adjust your rent at. But I'm going to say yes on this project. And with that, I will make a motion. Do I need a second?
No, yeah, you can make a motion and then we'll go for a second.
What am I doing here? Yeah, I got to press it on here. Do I have to press it on here? Okay. I move to adopt ordinance number 25-1373, approving the planned development, rezone, and amended general development plan of 5601 Highway 95, building 1 track 2396, lot A3 from general commercial plan development district to general commercial plan development district to allow multifamily residential a maximum of 32 feet above the approved design building pad height for each of the buildings and an exception to the covered parking requirement.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Lynn, a second from Councilmember Campbell. I think just for clarification, that was 5601 Highway 95, Building I. Okay.
And Mayor, I just have one comment.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Ports, I just want to thank you and congratulate you on reimagining that space out there. You've taken it outside the box and thought about it. And I do appreciate this. I'm glad that you brought up having the people out on the mall. I understand that doesn't need to be their full-time job, but just having somebody on site really takes off the concern of a lot of the citizens. So I appreciate you making that comment.
Any other questions or comments before we vote? All right, do we have a motion from Vice Mayor Lynn and a second from Councilmember Campbell? We are ready to vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, and congratulations, and thank you for your work on this effort for us. All right, we'll move on to item 7.3. A presentation on pavement condition index from Nichols Consulting Engineers. Good evening, Mr. Young.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to introduce a man that's been working with me for quite a few months now. His name is Vivek Jha. Him and his team is the one that's been putting together the PCI collection and helping us with the Street Saver and getting us rolling with this new forum. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to him, but I would like to ask you to please be very nice. When I told him that we were only having one council meeting this month, he said, "No problem, Bill, I'll make it." Well, he made it, and he's here on his wedding anniversary. So he's already in trouble with his wife, so be nice to him here. Vivek Jha.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Young. Good evening, Mr. Jha.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. It's going to be a fun thing. We're going to go a little bit into technical detail, but I'll able to answer all the questions you might have at the end of the presentation. So quickly on the agenda, just a quick introduction of what NCD does. What is payment management per se? What is payment condition index? What we did as part of this project and what we are going to do next. So quick thing about NCE, these are our main service areas. We do asset management, which is what we did in this project, payment materials, environmental, civil. So all through infrastructure development. But we are predominantly a payment research firm. So that's where we started. That's my background. I've been doing payment research, asset management, AI research for the last 15 years. So this is right down our alley. Our closest office in Scottsdale. But we work throughout the state between California and Arizona. So now in the fun stuff. So what is payment management program, right? And basically what we are trying to answer this big picture question from a planning perspective. The first being, what do we own as an agency, right? What are the streets that are under our jurisdiction? What are private? What condition are they in? Are they good? Are they bad, right? What do they need to be done? And when do they need to be done? And based on the funding, like current funding level, if somebody wants to put out a bond, if you have more money, if you have no money, right? Like during the COVID season, what happens to our roadways, right? And the last part is it typically employs a software, right? Street Saver or Micropaver. And as Bill briefly mentioned, we went with Street Saver and that's like a dashboard outlook. And I'll talk about that, why we went with Street Saver per se. It's just a little small, but basically as going through the presentation and in the future, when we think about roads specifically, we want to understand these 6 big concepts, right? So we talked about payment management program in a big picture. What is payment condition index? And you'll see that a lot throughout the presentation. It's called PCI. This is not something Nichols came up with. This is the Army Corps of Engineers. After World War II, America started building out bases across the world. And one of the questions that came out 10 years on is everybody said, hey, I need more money because my runway is looking bad. And then the Army Corps said, okay, we need to come up with something which is standardized, right? People can't say my pavement is good. Somebody might say that's really good. And somebody might say it's really bad, right? So they came up with this scale from 0 to 100. And it kind of worked through the 70s and 80s, and it worked really well. And that led Army Corps of Engineers to make one for the roads. So that's what we did. It's a now ASTM. So it's pretty much standardized across the nation, but across the globe. So if somebody says, hey, my city PCI is 50, and you say my city PCI is 64, you are comparing apples to apples. And that helps make these long-term decisions on an even footing. And that's like a big part of this study is, as I'll show, like a lot of the things we do, we make sure our people and equipments are certified by independent organization where we do blind testing of the numbers that come out of our machine and our people to make sure we are complying with that ASTM. The second thing we try to capture in a pavement management program is what has happened at the city, right? So you go in and you pave a street. We need to capture that. We need to have a very clean mechanism to capture that. Two things. First of all, to show the council and the public what has been done so we can create a report, but also on long-term modeling. So we take a street which was kind of fair. We did a treatment. Let's say we went and put a seal on it. How did the seal perform? So we come back and do a testing and we say, actually, the seal is doing really well. The research said 4 years, but it's 7 years now and it's still working good. And that helps our long-term modeling, right? So we know that, hey, our seal typically lasts 6 years, even though the research or the other people said 4 years. So now we can kind of model that out. We can also figure out planned projects. So if Bill's team has a list of streets that they want to look at, we can actually program it in and figure out what's going to be the impact on the PCI, right? Is that the most cost-effective projects that are going to be built out, right? And the next term is deferred maintenance. And deferred maintenance is something that we cannot afford. So we had 100 streets we wanted to build. We only can afford 20. So the 80 kind of moves to the next year, right? And now with the 80, we again only can build 20. So that is the deferred maintenance, something we cannot afford. And we just want to keep an eye on that, right? If it gets way too high, then it becomes an issue. And the last one's our budget analysis and scenario. So again, like running different scenarios, if the city wants to go and figure out what's the impact if we, do a specific area of the city, right? Like break the city into like different zones, maintenance zones, and do that. What happens then? Or do a shotgun approach of some street across the city, right? What are the different ones and different budget scenarios, different PCI targets? So our focus on this phase of the study was just looking at PCI. Where is the city's network at, right? And that's why you see on the screen, the PCI goes from 0 to 100, 0 being failed, 100 being brand new. And then we kind of work through that. But before we could do that, we had to figure out what does the city own. So we worked with Bill's team, got some maps, and basically looked at every 50 feet of the city's street. And the reason is to figure out, we don't want to look at big chunks of road together, right? So if you have a good road and a bad road, we don't want to average it out, right? We want to look at the specific breakdown of the street so we can capture it in a very minute detail. So you can think about like we looked at 400, roughly 432 miles, centerline miles of street networks. Every 50 feet, we went in, our team looked at it. Then we basically made out the plan like, hey, this is what the city owns, and this is within the right of way of the street. Once you do that, you have to figure out what's the area of the street, right? Because we just want to focus on the street itself. And this is where the AI part comes in, where we have algorithms on the back end, which basically looks at aerial image and figures out, hey, that's the pavement, that's not a pavement. And what that helps us is once we start doing the analysis, we are only looking at pavement area. So you can see some pictures in there. We are able to track like the edge of a pavement pretty clearly, right? So, and this is all in GIS. So this kind of goes back to Bill's team when we package everything up so he can use that. But also it helps us do a very accurate analysis. Because once, as you guys are all aware, like once you start doing planning study on a long-term horizon, we cannot control cost. We can make assumption on the cost, but we cannot control it. So the only other item that goes in is how much is the area and what's the condition. And we want to be very, very accurate when it comes to that. So in this case, what we went in was an automated data collection, right? So when I came out of school, I used to walk every street, right? Just all day long, just walk streets, record the pavement. I got my step counts in, but nowadays, we have all this, right? People, when we use Google Map, you go in and do a street view and you see it, right? When we do pavement data collection, we have specialized equipment that basically captures the same thing, but we are focused very much on the pavement, not the surrounding area. And I'll talk a little about that. But our focus was capturing the pavement. So these are some we have LiDAR, which is pavement focused LiDAR. We have a lot of cameras. We have about 8 cameras on our vehicle that are collecting data set. Very high accurate GPS, right? We have other instrument that, if the GPS loses its signal, we are able to track it back and connect it to the last known point. And then we have a pretty data collection team, we have like people going through each of the data set. And this is a quick kind of thing, like that's one of our data collection vehicle. We have a bunch of them. And as you can see, there is like at the back end, there is a 6D LiDAR, which is just focused on your pavement, correct? Right next to it, the gray thing is one of the cameras, which is focused again on the pavement, right? The one that's sticking out is our 360-degree camera, so another camera. You can't see there is a camera on the back bumper, and then there's a camera on the front bumper, right? And I'll talk why we have so many cameras. Then you have a GPS, and then we have another GPS within the car to make sure our location is captured. On the rear wheel, you see something sticking out. That's called the distance measuring instrument. And that is connected to the transmission. So as the car moves, it's recording every feet. And why we do that is the biggest chunk cost for an agency is to collect this data. So we want to make sure once we get out there, we have taken every precaution that we need to collect the right amount of data. What happens when the data comes out is what you see on the left, right, and top corner. Our processing images are just churning out, I see a crack, right? If there is a crack, that's get highlighted in green, yellow, and red, right? Green being like low severity, yellow, and then red being high. And then we run it through more processing of our algorithms to figure out what type of crack it is. And that's the big part of pavement is people who don't work in it see a crack. When I go out and my wife hates me for this, I'll be like, oh, see, like it's failing for this, right? It's like there is a dump truck on it. That's why you see that crack. So we can look at a crack and figure out what led to it, but also what we need to do the correct treatment, right? So when people look at PCI, we look at what made that PCI number get to a 73. And the best way I like to think is a doctor's report, right? The doctor might say, hey, you are doing well, but your blood sugar is off, right? So you need to focus on that, not on the other stuff. And that's what a PCI or payment management program is, right? It's not just giving you an overall score, but it's giving you a lot of details. So how does the city's PCI look, right? So we went through it, and the PCI is right now at 64, which is really good for a network of this size, right? It's really good. And not just because it's 64. If you see the graph on the top right, condition breakdown, what I look at it as a payment engineer is I don't want a lot in my poor and very poor category, right? So if you see our most distribution is in yellow, but there is a big lean towards very good and good. And why is that important, right? And is that when we are in fair, you can do cheap treatment to keep on pushing it up, right? As it starts dropping in your poor and very poor, it gets expensive, and it gets expensive really, really fast. So that was a good takeaway. The other takeaway was it's very balanced. So everything is in that 60 range, right? Which means that, anniversary word, there's a love spread across the entire network, right? We have spread the love across. So nothing is like really low and nothing is very high, right? And that's something like a Public Works is taking notice of how we are spreading the money. Because once your arterial starts dropping, it gets really expensive. Not only to fix it, but think about mobilization and everything else, even from a design perspective. But if you go into your residential, it's much easier to fix those, right? So that's what it led to it. So this is where we stopped our first phase of the project, right? And that's what we are presenting. So what does this data give us? So next item on our list to do is build a decision tree. And what's a decision tree is what do you do when X happens? So if your PCI is 65, what should we do? And what is the cost of doing that, right? So like I said, what you see on the graph, the decision tree is a typical life of a pavement. So it starts very well. It kind of flattens out. And as you can see, like once it hits that 25%, like 75 life lived of the pavement, it drops fast. And we do not want to hit that. That's when you get into the very poor category, right? So we want to kind of capture it much before that. And that's why I said like being fair and higher is where we always want to be. Once we figure out the decision tree, we'll run these scenarios, right? Based on the budget, what happens? And that's what you see on the right-hand top corner of budget scenarios, right? Like what happens if we have X amount of money? What is the budget required to keep it at the current condition, right? Because the construction cost has gone up. So how much money do we need to keep it there? What if our goal is, hey, in the next 10 years, we want to move from a 64 to a 70? How much more money do we need to add to our pool of road funds that will take it up there, correct? And then we kind of start looking at the deferred maintenance, like we were saying, like for different budget scenarios, what are the deferred maintenance, right? What is that happening if we take the money away from the roads and if we add more money, right? Because you can almost never, for a network of this size, have zero deferred maintenance. It's just unrealistic to put so much money in there. But what is like the sweet spot once we start looking at the analysis? And at the bottom, right? And this is something we have seen again and again, where we say, hey, we need to do this street. We don't have enough money and we're not going to do it. And within few years, that 10,000 is going to cost us 70,000 to fix that exact road. And this is not just inflation, right? Think about today it's 64. Next year, typically payment drops by 3 points. So it's going to be 61. So you're still in that range. 2 years from now, it's 58. 5 years from now, it has dropped 15 points, and you are at 50, and now you have to do something serious. So that's what, a lot of time our planning study is focusing on. One other thing, you saw all those cameras, right? So we use that to QC a lot of our data, right? Like our technicians are in the office going through our engineers, looking through that. So that's good. But the second part that has happened in the last 3 years is we have been able to use that images and basically use AI to extract everything you see on the street within the right of way. So if there is a traffic signal, we will be able to capture it. If there is a payment marking, we'll be able to capture it. And the good part for the city is we already have the data. So we're not going to come out here, collect the data again, and we can spread this over time, right? So like whatever the public works department is high priority, like, hey, we need to know all our signs, right? Do the retroreflectivity to comply with federal standards. We can just extract the sign and we'll have the data set. With that, done.
Thank you, Mr. Joff, for the presentation. It's very detailed. The monitoring vehicles came through our community and made their way through so seamlessly.
Yes.
High-tech vehicles doing it, and the data obviously is going to allow us to make data-driven decisions going forward with our infrastructure. So thank you for that work. Questions from members of the council?
One quick question.
Councilmember Campbell?
I have been told since I've been up here, we have 250 lane miles in this town. What you just showed me was 895.
430 center line miles.
Oh, 407. Okay.
30,
So
yeah.
432.
432. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I asked for lane miles. How many lane miles?
I'll check that.
Okay.
I think it's probably a little bit more.
Yeah, 895, right? Okay, thank you. That's what I was saying.
And I can clarify why we capture center line miles.
There it is. All right. Yeah, I was really surprised at that number because all this time I was like, we have $6 million to take care of 250 lane miles. And now we have $6 million to do almost 900 lane miles.
And the reason we capture center line miles is because, when it's one lane in each direction, we don't want to collect too much data, right? So when we went through every 50 feet, we were figuring it out which lane we want to drive, right? Because every lane we drive adds cost to the city, right? So we are very judicious in what will add value. And that's why in a payment management world, you always start with center line mile, which is if you drew a line right across the city center, how much it is. And then we kind of go into section miles. So eventually hopefully the next time I present, you'll see section mileage that is there. And then the lane mileage is like the last thing we look at.
And what we saw to be absolutely the worst is the alleyways, which I have been preaching from the day I got up here. And this is really important for our community because if you're ever unloading a truck for commercial use in an alleyway and you have to go through a bunch of potholes and, your stuff falls all over the place. And this is commercial where they're paying the highest property taxes and they're also paying probably the most tax revenue within our community. And we always turn our back on them. And I hope through this that this is going to be instrumental enough to remind people that even though you're doing a main road here and you're doing main road here and you have an alleyway in the middle, and the other thing that happens in most alleyways, it's filled with infrastructure. So thank you for this. It's a roadmap. It's definitely a start. We have a lot of work to do. We will hopefully just keep doing it. Thank you.
Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you. Yeah, I was looking at the numbers too, I was crunching them earlier, but I like what you mentioned about if you have a fair road, let's say you want to address it before it becomes poor, because we have basically, 52.5% or 6% of our roads are fair, but after that it goes down to, so we have basically 72% of our roads are fair or below, which is pretty shocking. If you did that number, 72% are fair or poor or very, or was it very, very poor. So, I'm hope, what do we touch our roads, Mr. Knudsen? Once every 10 years, we try to, that was like our goal is to try to touch them once every 10 years.
Mayor, Councilmember Diaz, we talk a lot about just kind of rule of thumb that when we come to the council and we look at like transportation road projects each year with the budget, that we need to do, we want to do something along those lines. So we can't skip a year.
Correct.
So like we used to talk about, like we want to touch every road every 10 years. It was more of a budget formula approach to make sure that we're providing and addressing our roads. Like the gentleman indicated, we lose about 3 on the PCI each and every year. So if we're not touching the road, we can do a brand new road, whether it's a chip seal or other pavement preservation. And if we don't touch it for 10 years, we're losing so much on that. So it's as indicated to whether it's a fair or at 100%, 100 PCI, those types of things. If we're at like 70, 80, 90, we still need to apply attention and dollars to make sure we're preserving that and extending the life of that as much as possible. So it's a very long-winded way of saying that every road needs some type of treatment. Some cost more than others to make sure we're extending the life as much as possible. So.
This is great data as we go into our budget process for next year and our so this is perfect. Thank you very much for the information.
Are there any additional questions or comments before we open the public hearing? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Young, did you have something to add?
Up until this point, we've been doing it the old way, right? One person out there driving a third of the city every year, making points, scoring it out. Him and his team, Vivek, they have brought so much new attention and information and abilities for us to do even a better job to create a roadmap moving forward. To the point where sometimes it's a little overwhelming, as you guys just heard this. But he has stood by our side and worked with us very diligently. And again, came out here on his wedding anniversary. I don't know too many guys that would have done that. So hats off on that. But he just told me that like right before we walked in. I'm like, oh man. But his team has done a great job with putting this together, and we really appreciate and look forward to keep working with him in the future.
Fantastic. So, Mr. Knudsen?
Just to add, as long as that pricing remains consistent. So,
yeah, I would just like to add like few things. So first, a big thanks to Bill and his team, right? They were very engaged, right? So we do this, and I said that to Councilman earlier, right? We do this so much, right? Like all the city, and like only thing we all day ask from the public works is being engaged, right? Because we don't want to do a work in vacuum, right? Because we are like, okay, we did it. There is a report, there's a presentation, and people forget. Like, this is something, as far as I know, roads are the most expensive thing a city owns. It's like the most infrastructure. And people don't think about it till it's bad. Till it's good, you just like fly by and it's done, right? So big thanks to Bill and his team for being engaged, keeping us on track, and keeping the pricing always in check, right? But the next phase also includes training Bill's team to use the software. And just on that, we use Street Saver because it's live. It's always live. So Bill and his team can go in and see what my condition is. And what I mean live is, like I talked about, like in a year, typically payment will drop 3 points. That means it's dropping every day by a certain amount, correct? And Street Saver captures that, and it's made for local agency. So all the data that's fed into it is from local agencies. It's not looking at interstate data. And that helps people make decision, right? The dashboard, there was a picture up there, kind of helps Bill, like he can log in and see, hey, what's going on? What are my breakdown, and generate reports if anybody wants to look at it. Right? Thanks again, Bill. Thanks a lot for giving us this opportunity.
Very nice. Councilmember Campbell?
Mayor, just one other statement. When my kids come home and they have a test that's for 100, you could get 100 or 0, and they come home and say, I got a 64% today. I'm not really that happy with that. So I understand, you see, when we're grading on a 0 to 100, we're really excited to be fair at 64, but we have a lot of work to do, and we definitely need to start giving Mr. Young all the funding he ever wants in life, and happy anniversary for you.
Excellent. Very good. Well, again, thank you, Mr. Jha. Thank you, Mr. Young, for the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Moses.
The other side of the
I
dais.
looked over there 3 times, Councilmember Moses. Yeah.
So you mentioned that, you know, if it's a 71 today, it'll be a 68 in a year. I mean, how can you really say that accurately?
No. So basically, it's like a thumb of rule we use. So let's say you are a 90 today, right? Let's just say. So you'll deteriorate slower, right? It's like health. It's exactly like health. If you're really good health, it's going to go down slower, right? But if you're a 40 today, you're going to probably drop 5 points, right? And that's why I said when I look at PCI number, I always go and see what's the breakdown, right? Is it just because it's old? Like, let's say you didn't touch a street for 20 years. It might still be like a 45, right? Because it's a residential road. You're not getting loads on it, right? So the only thing that impacts roads truly, if it's designed properly to begin with, is did the loading go up, right? And nowadays, you know, everybody's getting Amazon Prime, right? Shipment delivered home. Those are electric vehicles. Those are heavier vehicles. You are getting garbage trucks coming to your neighborhood 3 times a week. It was probably designed for 1, right? 20 years ago when it was designed. Now you get 3 trucks. These are heavy vehicles, right? So all of it kind of factors in how it's deteriorating. But on a rule of thumb, you can look at like 2 to 5 points, and 3 is generally when you are in the 60 range, right? That's where you are at.
And how often do we plan on doing this to update our numbers, or just as a benchmark of where we, you know, where we want to stay?
We're currently looking at doing it about every 6 to 8 years, with our guys doing it in between to make sure that we're staying on track as doing it ourselves and then being checked by them as they come through.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any additional comments? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary, and thank you for being here. All right, to move on to item 7.4, which is a presentation on procurement fundamentals for municipal government. Ms. Singleton, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lynette Singleton. I'm the city's procurement official, and I'll be providing an overview of how we manage procurement at the city. The goal is to give you, The goal is to give you a high-level understanding of how we acquire goods, services, and construction, and the principles that guide those decisions. This includes statutory regulatory requirements, procurement methods, vendor selection, contract oversight, and the importance of fiscal responsibility. By aligning these fundamentals, we promote transparency, ensure compliance, and support efficient service delivery. Many of the slides contain a lot of information. I will not read all the information, but wanted it available to you and the public for reference purposes. At each City Council meeting, the agenda includes a list of award recommendations covering a wide range of purchases: police boats, Site 6 dock replacement, road and parking lot maintenance, to bridge lighting upgrades and IT systems. These purchases are essential to keeping our city safe, functional, and forward-moving. All procurement activities follow strict local, state, and federal laws, ensuring transparency and accountability in how we spend public funds. Last fiscal year, $29.4 million, which is 41%, was spent with 333 local suppliers. $19.5 million, 27%, with 408 Arizona-based suppliers, and $22.6 million, 22%, with 802 out-of-state suppliers. We currently manage 342 active contracts. And for capital improvements projects, over $15 million was spent, with $5 million going to local contractors, including subcontractors. That's 34% of CIP spent staying in our community. Public versus private procurement. A key difference. Private sector can do anything not prohibited by law. Decisions are often driven by efficiency, profitability, and strategic value. Although internal policies and controls still apply, they are generally less restrictive and have more flexibility. Public sector can only do what is explicitly allowed by law. This means we follow strict procedures and ensure fairness, transparency, and legal compliance. Let me briefly highlight 3 areas where the difference is most visible. Competition. Private companies may negotiate directly. Public entities must follow competitive bidding laws. Contract changes. Private firms have flexibility. And public contracts require formal approvals for changes. Bonding, there are 3 types. Bid bond, performance, and payment bonds. Those are optional for the private sector, but they're legally required in public construction to protect the taxpayer and to ensure completeness. We operate under a layered framework of federal, state, and local laws. When conflicts arise, the most stringent required typically applies, though there are exceptions. This slide provides a snapshot of key federal, state, and local laws, regulations, statutes, and codes. As you can see, there are numerous regulations that must be followed. We use different methods based on the types and established dollar threshold value of the purchase. Purchase orders are for routine goods, equipment, routine services, and repairs. Construction services are design, bid, build, CMAR, or job order contracting. Professional and specialized services like architecture and engineering, technology, or software as a service. And then we have cooperative agreements to leverage existing contracts for efficiencies where solicitation has been conducted by another governmental entity or national cooperative organization. Departments are responsible for obtaining informal quotes for goods, services, and routine construction. They often share requests for quotes with the Lake Havasu Area Chamber of Commerce and identify local suppliers through online research. RFQs may be sent via email, submitted through supplier websites, or communicated by phone if no digital option is available. If departments are not able to find enough qualified sources, they may request procurement's help to post the RFQ on DemandStar, which is our electronic sourcing platform. State law requires public notices for all formal competitive solicitations. For construction projects, we typically publish notices in both today's News Herald, and to broaden our outreach, we include the Arizona Business Gazette, which is published weekly. Formal solicitations are also shared with the Chamber of Commerce, posted on the city's website. Available through the city's website is an email subscription service with updates sent twice weekly. And then we post on DemandStar, again, our electronic sourcing platform. Some local suppliers are hesitant to register with DemandStar due to confusion about registration or subscription fees. Registration is free if they are a Lake Havasu City only bidder, but fees apply if they opt to register with other agencies as well. So that's kind of what creates some of the confusion. To assist our procurement team and DemandStar both, we provide support available during business hours, and we have video tutorials also available. Under Title 34, we notify all construction news reporting services, commonly known as plan rooms, of formal solicitations for construction and technical services. We currently notify 15 plan rooms, and they're listed on our city's bid and RFP website. Pre-solicitation meetings, commonly known as pre-bid meetings. They're designed to help suppliers fully understand the scope and requirements of a project before submitting their quote. For informal quotes, RFQs, the decision to hold a pre-bid meeting is made by the department that is issuing the RFQ. Typically, if the RFQ involves routine products or standard supplies, a pre-bid meeting is not necessary. However, when the RFQ involves routine repairs, maintenance, or services, especially those that would benefit from a site visit, where technical questions are likely, a pre-bid meeting is usually scheduled. These meetings are open to all potential bidders to ensure fairness and transparent process. They provide an opportunity to ask questions, clarify technical requirements, and review any relevant contract documents. To maintain the integrity of the process, private one-on-one meetings are discouraged. This helps ensure all suppliers receive the same information and no one has an unfair advantage. Suppliers with questions are encouraged to reach out to the contact listed in the RFQ. If a pre-bid meeting hasn't been scheduled and one would be helpful, suppliers are welcome to request one. Ultimately, our goal is to maintain a level playing field for all participants and uphold the public's trust in our procurement practices. For both informal and formal solicitations, pre-bid meetings and deadline for questions are included in the solicitation package and the public notice for formal solicitations. All technical questions must be submitted in writing. Responses are issued via a written addendum to all bidders. For formal solicitations, the project manager sets the schedule for a pre-bid meeting, and a deadline for questions is set for a date and time shortly thereafter. If needed, deadlines may be extended to ensure clarity and fairness. And to maintain integrity, all communications must go through the contacts listed in the solicitation. Only procurement issues official updates and addendum. While the solicitation is active, private communication is prohibited to prevent any perception of favoritism. This includes city staff, selection panel members, and leadership, which also includes the mayor and council members. This ensures that no one bidder has an unfair advantage through behind-the-scenes communications, and the process is kept open and fair. Violating these rules, the supplier can be disqualified. Verbal answers are not binding. Only written responses through official challenges or official channels count. And that's the addendum that goes out. All responses to the solicitation remain confidential until award. The exception is information shared during the formal solicitation public opening. For awareness and to ensure an accurate public record, I want to briefly address some concerns suggesting that the city issues unusually large or burdensome solicitation packages. The data indicates the city issuance are in line with standard benchmarks. Across the city's procurement activity, our standard solicitation documents are concise and aligned with industry norms. And I've listed on this slide some of the average pages of each of the different types of solicitations. Where solicitations do become substantially larger, which is within our capital improvements invitation to bids, size is driven mostly entirely by engineering technical specifications and drawings. For more complex projects, the page count increases accordingly. So for example, the South Intake Influence Screen, ITB, was about 345 pages. But most of that was engineering detail. Importantly, the bid information and the bid forms that they provide back to us on these invitation to bids for the CIP construction is approximately 30 pages, which is consistent with other municipalities. As best practice, the city has the flexibility to evaluate and award contracts using a variety of criteria, depending on the nature and complexity of the procurement. This allows us to tailor the solicitation method to best meet the specific needs of each project. City prioritizes supporting local businesses when awarding contracts for supplies, equipment, and services. The local preference is built into our evaluation process for both informal and formal solicitations. To qualify for local preference, vendors must have a physical location within the city limits and hold a valid business license for at least 12 months before the award. During evaluation, the city adjusts for the 2% local transaction privilege tax, adding it to non-local bids and excluding it from local ones. This ensures a fair comparison while giving local vendors a competitive edge. If applying the preference changes the outcome, meaning a local vendor becomes the lowest bidder, it is documented in the bid tabulation. If it doesn't affect the outcome, then it's not included. When price is a factor in an RFP, the city applies the local preference during evaluation. If price isn't considered, such as in requests for statement of qualifications, local preferences may be used as a non-price criterion. For example, in the outdoor pool project, firms earned up to 5 points based on the proximity of their offices to the city. This approach helps ensure qualified local firms are considered even when cost isn't part of the initial scoring. For design, bid, build, which are invitation to bids, ITBs, construction contracts, Arizona law allows specific preferences, but only allows us to apply one of those preferences. Under state statute 34-241, 5% price adjustment is available for plant and equipment bids from contractors who have paid Arizona property tax for at least 2 years. Section 34-242 applies a 5% preference for materials produced or manufactured in Arizona. So these preferences are based on tax history, product type, and origin, but not business location. It's important to note that federal regulations prohibit local preferences in federally funded projects. However, some grants do require socioeconomic preferences for small, minority, women-owned, or veteran-owned businesses. There are also challenges with preference policies. While local and socioeconomic preferences support community businesses, they do come with some trade-offs. They can be perceived as biased. They can add complexity to the evaluation and require more documentation. They may result in a slightly higher cost to the taxpayers. The city uses procurement methods depending on the project. Lowest price is used when the scope is clear and cost is the primary factor. Best value is used for complex services like design, technical, professional work where experience, innovation, and approach matters. This supports, we often use RFPs where price is just one of several evaluation criteria. For architect, engineering, and construction management, state law requires us to use statement of qualifications, where the qualifications are evaluated first and price is negotiated later. These methods help ensure we select the most qualified partners for the city's most specialized complex projects. This slide provides a high-level comparison of how pricing is established under two Title 34 delivery methods: design, bid, build, and design, build. The goal is to clarify why pricing outcomes, contractor behavior, and owner risk differ between the two models. Under design, bid, build, which is an invitation to bid, Pricing is based on a fully developed, sealed design prepared before the solicitation is issued. Contractors bid a lump sum strictly derived from those complete construction documents. The award must go to the lowest responsible bidder, and the city has no authority to negotiate price or scope after the bid opening. Because the scope is highly prescriptive, contractors have a limited flexibility and must bid exactly what is known on the plans and specifications. After award, the only mechanism for a price change is a formal change order, which must be justified, documented, and compliant with statutory requirements. In design build, which is a request for qualification statement, the design is not complete at the time of the proposal, often 0 to 30%. So pricing is conceptual and integrated in the team's qualifications and technical approach. Selection is made on best value, allowing consideration in both price and non-price factors. Pricing is developed collaboratively as the design processes. This may include open book estimating, cost validation, and negotiation of guaranteed maximum price. Risk is shared more transparently between city and design builder because both parties contribute to scope development and cost refinement. If negotiations fail, the city cannot renegotiate with the same firm. The city must terminate the procurement and proceed to the next ranked firm, or make a determination to cancel the solicitation entirely. An important note, once the city executes a pre-construction services contract resulting from a request for statements of qualification, the procurement is considered concluded. If that contract subsequently ends or is terminated, the city is prohibited from using the same solicitation or the associated final ranking list to award a contract to any other participating firm. A new procurement must be initiated, and this is in accordance with Title 34. The takeaway is design bid build, the invitation to bid process. The pricing is fixed and competitive and based on a completed design and lowest price. Design build, the request for statement of qualification. Pricing is flexible and value-based, developed while the design evolves and selected for overall best value rather than price alone. As a result, cost certainty occurs at different stages. Design bid build at bid opening, and design build later in the pre-construction. While we can't require local suppliers to respond to our solicitations, it's a business decision that they make. We're committed to increasing their participation. In 2026, we're launching several initiatives. As Jess presented earlier this evening, the city is planning and we will be participating in a community workshop for local contractors, with more to follow if turnout is interested. A new web-based procurement platform to improve transparency and streamline our bidding process. We will provide supplier support through the registration and transition process, and will initially continue to support paper bid submittals for those who prefer the traditional method. We will be updating the solicitation documents to align with best-in-class standards. While we encourage attendance at our pre-solicitation meetings, our team is available for one-on-one support sessions, conversations, and informal how-to sessions. While we recommend scheduling ahead, we do our best to accommodate drop-ins as well. We have a main department phone that rings to all of our staff desks, and then we have a group email system which is monitored for quick responses with efforts towards responding by the next business day. So why does compliance matter? And why compliance within the procurement process? Compliance is more than just a checklist. It's a cornerstone of our work in public service. It protects public funds and ensures fair competition, maintains eligibility for state and federal grant funding, and promotes transparency and trust, reduces risk of audit findings and project delays. So every procurement decision, whether it's a small purchase or a formal award, reflects our commitment to integrity. Adhering to the local, state, and federal procurement laws is not optional. It's essential. Non-compliance with procurement laws can lead to serious consequences, legal penalties, loss of funding, and reputational damage. So that's why we've built safeguards in our processes, including staff training, internal audits, transparent procedures, and the public has access to procurement records through our request for public records. Sound procurement practices not only promotes fairness and competition, it ensures contracts are awarded to qualified suppliers and contractors who offer the best value, not just the lowest price. The City Council plays a vital role in oversight. Your questions and approvals help ensure we're acting in the public's best interest. I've included a few resources for continued learning. For those interested, the National Institute of Governmental Purchasing offers free online resources and webinars, so I've highlighted a few of those. And I've also provided the resource references with internet addresses on where to obtain local, state, and federal laws on public procurement. So in closing, procurement is more than just purchasing. It's about making smart, responsible decisions that support city growth and public trust. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the procurement team. Their dedication to great performance and their support was instrumental in assembling the information shared this evening. Also to my director, Jill Olson, for her guidance. It truly takes a committed and collaborative team effort to bring all the pieces together. And that kind of excellence doesn't happen overnight. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singleton. Great job tonight. Thank you for presenting this information.
Yeah.
We get an item on our agenda and for a purchase or approval of a contract, not realizing potentially all of the work that you and your team and the department heads have done prior to that. So thank you for bringing that forward. Are there questions from members of the council for Ms. Singleton? Vice Mayor Lynn?
I had a quick question.
Yes.
There was a lot of information there. On the bidder notification formal solicitations, is there a guide for how we choose the newspaper, the Chamber of Commerce, the website? Is there a guide, or can you add to that? Because I'm just wondering why social media isn't included like nowadays, because so many people use that. Is there a reason we can't do that?
There's not any reason why we can't do that. We have it on the city's website. So the information is out there on the website, but we haven't put it out in a social media platform.
I'm just thinking that might be a good way of getting that out there, because there's a lot of people that may or may not read the newspaper nowadays. And unless you're going to go look for that website, I mean, people are on social media all the time. And if it's out there, like it's presented to them, I just think it would be especially for our local bidders, maybe that would be if we could do that. I don't know if we can or not, but.
I would not support that on social media. We get posts on social media that people have lots of opinions about lots of things. And in this environment, we need qualified bidders for these things, and they should know if they're providing bids to municipal services, they would know to go to these websites, or they are a member of the e-service that Ms. Singleton. That's just my opinion.
Well, we do have a social media page. I mean, it's on our Facebook page. We have a Lake Havasu social media page. I mean, I'm not saying just put it out on Onions and Orchids. I'm saying like put it on our Lake Havasu City.
Even the comments we generate on our posts.
I don't know. I mean, well, do we have comments on that page?
Well, yes, we do.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying it would be nice if it was out more than that, because not everybody gets the paper and not everybody's going through the chamber or that, if there was other outlets.
Yeah, we can point to where they can get the information on the website.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Diaz, then we'll go to Councilmember Campbell.
So you mentioned, thank you for the information, a lot of good information. You mentioned that there was a misconception that some of these local contractors feel that they can't get on this demand star because they have to do a fee, but you said they don't have to if they're only doing local jobs. Mm-hmm. So when we tell them that, why are they still not bidding on our job? Maybe you don't know that question or the answer.
They can actually download it off of our website and then submit a paper bid rather than going through our electronic process. Okay. When they go to register, they just kind of get confused because they decide that they're going to register with us and with maybe a couple of other cities in the area. And if they do that, then there is a fee. Okay. Yeah.
Then you mentioned that there's a feeling out there and sometimes feeling is based on reality, that there's a feeling out there that the city has overburdened some solicitation packages. But you outline exactly why we have to do that. So that's good. So I'm hoping this meeting we're going to have, contracting meeting on the February 11th, is going to answer a lot of their questions so we could just give them no excuse not to bid. And if they choose not to bid after we give them all the information, then they don't want to bid. But we want to make sure I think at this point right now, we haven't fully done all of our due diligence to make sure that they know how to bid for our jobs. That's what I'm hearing out there. So once we do this meeting, I think it's a great step in the right direction. And once again, I really appreciate all your information tonight. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Councilmember Campbell.
Again, thank you. It is a lot. And somebody that's involved in this, it's a lot. I understand. And thank you. I mean, a great presentation. My question, there's always a lot of questions. I hear that you are revamping the way you're doing the process and you're going to be more transparent. Something towards the end, you were giving a list of everything that you're going to do in the future to improve the process. Why do you think it needs to be improved?
We need to be more electronic out there. So what we're looking at trying to do is have a more we're going to be re-looking at our template documents, make them more of a best in class. We've been looking at all of the other entities in Arizona and working through trying to find better solicitations out there. And so if they're used to bidding with other cities and they bid with us and they're similar, then I think that we would have less questions and hopefully more bids.
Yes, that's the end goal. Yeah. And with the RFQ, and there's another part to that too, because the more the scope of work is dialed in and more precise, the odds are that let's just say we're not doing a request for qualifications, we're doing a request for a bid. The bid process will be lower in most cases. I was reading through this and I was shocked when I gave it to my husband, and I'm just going to use the most current one, the RFQ that we're talking about. He looked at it and said, you would need attorneys, project managers. The list was so large that he said that's why these out-of-town contractors with big legal teams and project managers and personnel people are all over it because they can afford those people to do it. And all this does is gets me in a lawsuit probably. I don't want, because the number, like I'm looking at the pre-construction services for the design build firm team, which includes but not limited to any of you that got the RFQ and read through it.
Campbell, just real quick, are you talking about the design build for the subsequent item?
I'm just using a good example.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the rest of the council understands the RFQ.
I'm using just a basic template that she's using.
Okay. Yeah, perfect.
All right. Well, it's a basic template for a request for qualification.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone understands where we're coming from if we have a different document.
You have in the paperwork that we had in front of us, you have, if we're going to go, I thought we were talking about procurement issues right here.
We are. Yes.
I have it in front of me, several of them where it's a template. Like you said, it's a template. It's a template format. It probably isn't all necessary. Is that a better word to say?
Sure.
For this particular design build that we're doing, but it's all templated in there.
Okay.
And it does always have the project manager and lead times and time to do the whole job, and it has potentially you might be having to pay for by the day so much on a request for qualification. That's just saying, can I do the job? Am I capable of doing the job? And so I'm hoping that does get cleaned up, because I did show it to a lot of my contractors. Yes, the bid proposal, Vice Mayor Lynn, I will have to admit, my family does know where to go and look on that we have. And most big contractors in this town will have the same. They are looking, they can do government jobs, they're bonded for government jobs, or they're supplying materials, or they're selling a part, or they're building up something, but they're all already bonded and capable of doing this. And they usually just go to the website and look for requests for qualifications, proposals, bids. That's where they go. Somebody from out of town, somebody new may not, and maybe that's where the classes might come in. But what I'm saying is, when we look at some of these, the price of the overall bid goes up immensely. When we're putting items in there that say may be included, but not limited to. And it's this big, long request. I think a lot of this can be cleaned up. So that's why I was asking you, when you're dialing down on these templates, make it really clean and precise. Legally, I think you can do that. The other part is, when we do a request for qualifications, I understand that. At any particular time, we didn't get a lot of qualifying bids. And for most of you on the staff, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but our closing date was going to be like August 27th. Well, it closed, but then it reopened because something about the OnStar, or the software program, supposedly had the wrong closing time on it, which you think, okay, that's fine. You reopened it for an hour, but literally we opened it up for 3 days. And 4 days, where the other contractors, that was the first time I picked up the phone with them. I'm like, I just saw that you didn't put in a request for qualifications. You said you were going to do it. Why aren't you here? And they went on and said, did you see this? And started sending me everything. And I went, oh, I see. Too much, way too much risk, too much liability, just vague. Yes, they could have picked up the phone, maybe and called through it. They did talk with people, they said, but they weren't getting the information they needed. And because they're a local contractor, their name was going to be on it, and they wanted it to be a success, and they didn't want to fail. So they chose not to go through that. But we reopened it up for one other person. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. We reopened it for 3 to 4 days for somebody else to get on board. And then, so that is concerning to me. So as we move forward on cleaning this up and we're starting to educate, I really think it's a time and an opportunity for us to slow down before we speed up, Councilmember Diaz's favorite saying, and hopefully get this upcoming RFQ correctly.
Yeah. On what you were talking about, an addendum does go out, and the addendum does go out to all of the bidders that are on our bidders list that have expressed an interest. So the notification went out to everybody. It didn't just go out to one other firm.
I was informed that they didn't know. So maybe they didn't check their email, maybe they didn't see that, but they said they weren't aware that it was reopened, and I begged them to just get on board with the rest of them. It's just request for qualifications, nothing more. And they said it was your firstborn child is what it was, is what they felt. So I said, okay. And I was hoping some of them would be here today, but in the meantime, I do know for a request for qualifications, it's different than a bid proposal where actual bids are exposed. So if you go and do it and your deadline is this date at 3:00 and every contractor has all their bids for all of us to see, procurement, it's extremely difficult to close that and then just go back out to bid unless you have a really good excuse why you didn't do the lowest bids. Council comes back and says, sorry, budget changed. It's got to be pretty extreme to do it that way. For a request for qualifications, I was always told, state statute says that at any particular time you feel that you didn't get enough qualified bidders, you can go back out to bid. Is this correct?
Yeah, there's a statement in there that says if you make a determination to cancel, then you have a determination on file for the reason why you canceled.
Right. And that you can cancel it, and in hopes to possibly get this information out.
Cancel it.
Huh?
The council can cancel it.
No. No.
Which is an action of the council is what I just heard Ms. Singleton say is an action of the council that says no, and then
no. At any particular time, what I heard is through procurement. At any particular time, if they, between the staff, realize that they don't have enough qualified bidders and they just want to shut it down and come back, say, hey, we're going to do it at a later date because we just didn't feel we got enough qualified bidders. I believe that the staff has the opportunity to do that. I don't believe that's a council.
And it's usually a decision that's made by the upper executive team.
Yes.
That makes that decision that we're going to cancel a solicitation and go back out. And then they put a determination in the file as to what that decision is for.
Correct.
Reason for that decision.
Yes. And so at this
Mr.
point, that's
Mayor,
where I
Mayor,
think.
Council, I need to step in a little bit too in terms of the Singleton. So how an RFQ can be canceled. So if the city receives bids or proposals through that process, and we look at them in this case for qualifications, and we look at them and say, no, we don't like them. Is that justification to cancel and go out and try to solicit others to submit? And I guess I'm trying to narrow down what we say that we want to slow down before we speed up. So we're talking about a lot of things right now, and I'd like to give Singleton, who is the smartest person on the planet when it comes to procurement. Lynette is very modest in terms, but she is powerful in terms of the skill set and the knowledge that she delivers. One of those first few slides that talked about the number of active contracts that are ongoing right now, with 300 and some contracts that she's working on right now, and handles procurement from a pencil to a wastewater treatment plant. And so if we slow down just a little bit, I'd like to get some answers from Lynette on some possibilities of what makes sense for the city, why we do some things a certain way. Can we do things a little bit differently? And then provide that information to the contractors that might be listening to say, oh, that's why we do that. Oh, I could reach out and do business with the city because I know a little bit more about those types of things. So I'm just, if we can just kind of slow down and ask Lynette a couple questions in terms of why we do things a certain way. When it comes, if we do an RFQ and we're soliciting proposals from the private sector for a project, are there parameters that need to be met before we cancel that solicitation, or what does that look like? If we receive no proposals, then that's pretty easy, right? But if we receive a handful of proposals, what does that look like in terms of our ability to move forward or change direction?
Can I just say real quickly, the request for proposal is a little different than a request for qualification.
Yeah, they're similar in regards to if you're talking about canceling them. They do have different sections in the state statute, and so we have to follow them a little bit differently. In regards to canceling a solicitation, if we have suppliers that have put a lot of time and expense in providing a solicitation, and we don't give a good reason why we're canceling it, they may decide that they're just not going to respond a second time. So you're taking a risk by canceling and not giving an adequate determination that they would feel is adequate, especially if they feel like that they're qualified and they could negotiate a good contract with the city.
I can understand that. But there's been a lot of conversation that this person was picked because of the lowest bidder. There was no dollar on a request for qualification, never, ever is.
No.
And so there is a little bit of confusion about tonight's next bid or vote, or when it comes up for the pool, that where is this dollar amount coming from and why do we even have this? We should be either accepting the request for qualification. And I say this a lot up here at the dais. It seems like we constantly put two things together that probably are separate. Number one is the request for proposal. Request for qualifications, completely different thing. Okay. Request for qualifications is just, are you qualified to build this pool? And can you tell me why they excluded the deck? I know we should go on to that agenda item next.
I tried to bring it forward to bring the whole council here, and you tried to downplay that that's what we were talking about. So I wanted to make sure everyone had perspective of what you were talking about.
You kept bringing that No, I'm talking about a request for qualification is completely different.
Specific to the pool. That's what you keep referencing back to. So at least we can understand where you're coming from. But
I'm not.
So we'll get to, but we can ask those questions.
Okay, we can answer those later. But my question right now is, yes, I'm asking a very straight comment that I've said before on a procurement issue. If a bid is out there and you see dollar amounts, really difficult to cancel and just because, especially if they are the lowest bidder, especially with their in budget, that gets really bad. But to say, oh, we got a request for qualification and we got one, maybe 3 people only, but You heard that there was a lot others that wanted to, but were confused. Legally, we have a better chance of doing that as long as we are careful on how we do it. But there has been conversations of that. So this is just a procurement issue.
Sure, yes. So from a procurement
request for qualification is completely different than a request for a proposed bid.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
So when
that's
it
what I'm
comes
trying
to a request for qualifications, Ms. Singleton, step in where I step out. So we go through, we have people that have submitted or replied to the RFQ to the city. We then have a selection committee built in by policy, I'm assuming. We have to follow that policy of whatever the selection committee is. They make a recommendation they make a selection, and then they go through and can negotiate the price at that point. Is that how
That's
that
correct.
process works?
And the state statute is very specific on how that selection committee is put together.
Right.
So we do have to follow state statute in regards to how we do put that selection committee together.
Yes, thank you. It's a point system, and I understand that. So that's why we'll get to the next one. We'll have that conversation next. Okay. Thank you much. I appreciate your time and a great debate, but I'd love to spend the day in the office with you. Trust me, just to see all sides of it. Cause obviously you're the expert and I'm just the one on the outside here. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Singleton, then Councilmember Campbell had mentioned something about where the bid that we'll be talking about shortly was reopened for a period of a day to 3 days. And the contact was made to why haven't the local contractors responded to that bid. Would that be a violation of the no contact policy, or where does that come into place?
The contact is if the supplier is contacting anybody that's on the selection committee or contacting the city council and asking for favoritism or, to, vote for them type of thing, then we would have a concern with that. But if you're just having a hi-bye conversation, that's not a concern. It's a concern if it's dealing specifically with that solicitation and they're asking questions that really should be asked of us in procurement or asked to the project manager.
Thank you.
And with all due respect, I thought that it was all done with. I thought they only opened it for an hour and closed it. So when I heard, those guys didn't do it after the thought, I go, called them. I'm like, why? I thought you guys were all excited to do this pool and you're up here talking to us and why didn't you do it? And then they said, and then I found out later it was open for 4 days. It wasn't open and closed for an hour. I got different information when I asked staff. So it wasn't like I was going, hey, come on in here and do this. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to any of them. I'm obviously a bidding contractor and I know how important these jobs are and how we all want transparency and honesty, or else we won't bid your jobs or we'll charge you double,
I think it just goes to show where the sensitivity to the issue is and, how it comes through on policy and state statute. So.
And again, I think every one of us on the council here had a lot of people calling us about the pool and the size of the pool, dimension of the pool, and, people saying that they had been planned on the pool for a long time. So it is kind of hard to not be in a conversation on something so public as this. If it's a typical...
Wasn't that hard for me. So I didn't engage in any of those conversations. So
you were.
At the dais, I certainly was, but not otherwise.
All right.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Singleton before we open it? Or Mr. Knudsen, did you want to close that loop?
Just a mayor, council, and then can you talk a little bit, because for those that don't understand the history of what occurred, we talked very specifically about a selection process that was reopened after the deadline. It's very, so I think we want to talk about what that means. I don't want to leave that out there that we just willy-nilly do these things. Everything is done with careful care and consideration and within all the legal requirements as dictated by local, state, and federal law. And it's a bit of a balancing game. So correct me if I'm wrong or if you differ on this, but we want to make sure that the process is as fair and consistent as possible across the board. And if any proposer isn't treated fairly or equally, then there's a determination that has to be made on how to settle that. Can you talk maybe specifically about what happened in the process when I was reopened that Councilmember Campbell brought up? I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about here, and we're not just for those that might enter enter the conversation midstream. Those may be in the public or in the audience that may not understand that.
Yeah,
how important it is.
Our electronic Demand Star is the company that we currently have for our electronic submittals. So on the supplier side, it said 4 p.m., but on our side, it said 3 p.m. So, and 3 p.m. is when we normally have the openings. So we went ahead and had the opening, and then we get a phone call from the contractor or the other firm indicating that they were trying to submit. And it was before 4 p.m. and they couldn't submit. So we contacted Demand Star and we found out through the audit trail that it was 4 p.m. on their side and it was 3 p.m. on our side. So that's the reason why we made the decision that we needed to go ahead and open it back up. And we opened it back up to the end of the week. And we sent out an addendum and gave notification to everybody that was on our plan holders list. And we also published it on our website so that anybody that has that subscription on our website would get notification that it had also been an addendum and extended the opening. So we wanted to give everybody the same fair opportunity to open it up, to resubmit.
And that's when I had reached out to, I think it was staff, and asked them, why was it pushed back an hour? And I was under the assumption it was only, I think you responded to it that it was just an hour. And then when it was, after I talked to the contractors, I realized who did submit and who didn't. That's when I picked up the phone and go, guys, what are you doing? Why didn't you go through with this? Yeah. But in the meantime, then I looked at it online and it said, hey, we're open until this date. Yeah. And I said, get on it. Just do it. Then if they're allowed to do it, you should be allowed to do it. That's fair. And then that's when they started telling me all the issues they had with the RFQ and the information, the verbiage, and they didn't want it. That's what they told me. So it was open, but I was all on the up and up in that, I believe.
Yeah. So it was a technical difficulty with the system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Singleton, on an addendum, when one is sent out, what happens to people that bid on paper? Does it get emailed to them, or do they get a phone call? Do they get a letter in the mail?
The addendum?
Yes.
They get a copy of the addendum. We email it to them. Okay. Yeah.
Even if they submitted by paper?
If they submitted by paper, we notify them, and then they have an opportunity, to resubmit within that 3-day period if they choose to. Excellent. Or just we leave it until the opening.
And I will tell you, there was a lot out there that were really frustrated, and they said, if it was just an hour, why wasn't it an hour? Why did we give people to the end of the week? It almost looked like they talk about fishing. That's what they were trying to say. They were so frustrated and so upset with the whole thing at that point that they're just like, whatever's happening, I'm out. Because it did look like if it was an hour, it'd be one thing, but it wasn't. They gave them like another 3 to 4 days.
Sure. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from members of the council before we open the public hearing? All right. Thank you, Ms. Singleton. If you could stay close. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item?
Good evening. Tim Murray. Congratulations. That's if I can, face to face. Great presentation. Great job by procurement. Procurement is there to protect both parties, the seller and the buyer. That's what it's all about. My only disagreement is private industry operated as equal to, if not worse than you guys are, from a regulatory standpoint. I was in the alcohol business, as you all know, and I had to deal with the government all the time. Now you tell me what's worse than the government. Come on. You know the answer, right?
You probably liked the road you drove on today, though, right?
What's that?
You liked the road you drove on today to get here?
I always say the roads are great. I didn't say it was local government. I said it's the federal government. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're Italian. I could tell you a story about why you pay so much for alcohol, but you don't want to hear that right now. It's a great job. These are the most important thing when you go out to the bids like this, and I did it for a long time, okay, is how good is the bid package? That's the most important part, is how good did the consulting firm or the engineer or the project manager put that bid package together? And I'm kind of like on my high horse because that's where we used to get burned like that. We didn't get a good package, okay? And we got it out in the field and we had 1 million questions or people forgot things. The important part is talking back and forth. We used to operate based upon a system called the letter of transmittal. If I called the engineering firm and said, hey, I want to ask you about this, he would not just call me back. He would write a full document with a letter of transmittal that he would put into his file. So there was no question about what question I asked and what answer he gave me. But it's important to keep an eye on what goes on. The other big thing I would suggest, one person does the answering. The documents go out, if I can point my finger, don't take that the wrong way. One person runs the show. That person's responsible for communicating with whoever they have to, who's ever on the project team, whoever the project manager is. We operated under the thing called corporate sponsors, executive sponsors. And contractors knew who they were. And the procurement department had to tell them, look, we know you know him. He's done work here before, but you can't answer his questions. You have to refer him back to procurement. So there's one voice. It has to be one voice. Otherwise, it becomes anarchy and confusion reigns supreme. We did a lot of things different. We had to in the environment that we operate under. We used to ask the contractors for their lost time accident ratio, the OSHA 300 log it's called. We wanted to know whether their programs were safe. We wanted to know if their people were getting hurt. We disqualified a roofing contractor because his lost time incident ratio was so extreme. He had people falling off of roofs. We didn't want that contractor on our side. And we told him so. Your LTA is wrong. You're well above the industry standard. And that was something that we worked through with the procurement department to make sure they understood that, there's something that the guys like me in the field, the engineers were in the field. We weren't interested in having to chase some people around all day long, whether they had their safety glasses on, their shoes, their eye protection or whatever. That's not their headache. That's the responsibility of the contractor. So you have a great program, if I can say that. And you did a great presentation. And all you can do from here is get better. It's, to me, and you've heard before from me, it's all about continuous improvement. What we did today has to be better than what we did yesterday. And what we did today and tomorrow have to be different than what we did. And the sad part, if you take a look at it from my perspective, from a risk management standpoint, a guy died last week up in Lowell, Massachusetts, Falmouth. They were doing a trench. They were putting in sewer mains. It collapsed. It was a trench collapse. One guy got out, one guy got trapped, and one guy died. That's not the way you ever want to run a project. That's the worst thing that can happen to you, is to lose a life. So it starts right in the front end with safety, and it continues right through. But this is a great program. If I see something I like, I'll tell you. If I see something which I don't really necessarily agree with you on, I'm going to tell you that. But this is a great presentation. It's a great program, and all you can do is get better with this. So my hat's off to you after doing this for 50 years. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item?
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Again, I just had a couple of questions. One, I believe when she started the presentation, she may have said that this was going to be available at the city website, and I didn't know if that was correct or not, because I would like to scroll through the pictures and see all that. Also, I had a really weird question when it came to some of the contracts that I've seen. One of the addendums on the contract always seems to say that you cannot be in a contract with a company that is boycotting Israel. And I don't understand why you guys, or why the government even has that, where you would prevent somebody from their own freedom of not liking somebody or doing business with somebody they don't want to do business with. And I didn't understand why the city has to have that in the contract as well.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Toy. That the no boycotting Israel is a state statute that's required. So state law changed that requires us to include that in those contracts to be in compliance with those state statutes. And then Ms. Williams, is this presentation uploaded to the agenda item? Thank you. Yeah, so this is available on our website. If you go to our agenda this evening, you can go to this item and there will be one of the attachments there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toy. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council for any final questions or comments. Again, Ms. Singleton, thank you so much for the information and for being here this evening with us. All right, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is item 7.5, which is agreement for professional services for the Pima Wash number 8 stabilization project with Kimley Horn and Associates. Good evening, Mr. Wolf.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have a procurement in front of us this evening for design professional services. Which one? Thank you. Again, presentation is up. It is a procurement for stabilization design award services on professional services. This is for the Pima Wash number 8 stabilization project. In your council communication tonight, I did outlay a background and a little background on it. I won't go into detail, except you should remember our last meeting. Council had adopted our 2025 WASH management plan. The WASH priorities outlined in that plan show Pima Wash as a high priority. I've highlighted that in red. So it is the next, this first round of the new WASH management plan. In that WASH management plan is an outline project description showing the length of the proposed project. And this project will have some kind of spot analysis on a couple of places that we've noticed for bank scour, which of course causes the wash to meander left and right in the right of way, and then some bank protections that we've outlined. There's also included here part of our wash safety program. These are areas where the public would most likely have interface with a wash, and that is particularly at the road crossings, both vehicles and pedestrian. That wash crossing or drop structure downstream of El Dorado Avenue, for example, you can look at that. The drop structure does need work. But most importantly, where's the pedestrian walking and where's the barriers for that pedestrian safety? That's an idea of one of the improvements. The other one is at the Blue Water Drive. It's the travel way or the walkway that one might take across that wash crossing. Looks a little dangerous, and so we're going to look at some safety improvements for these also. The scope of work and fee, Exhibit A and B, is also in your packet tonight. A scope of work and fee was negotiated for these design services with Kimley Horn, and that will include analysis of the alternatives, which you can find also in that WASH management plan. There are some plan review meetings, a course survey. We are going to do a little bit of additional modeling in some of those hot spot locations where scour is getting very detrimental in the wash. As I said, there's some safety review at these street crossings, and we'll be preparing the final construction documents and estimate for bid phase services. The schedule right now, we should be ready for bid in April, and then go through another procurement process to get the bids in and awarded. We'll be back here at that time. So tonight I bring you that suggested motion also in your packet, and I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Are there any questions from members of the council for Mr. Wolf on this item? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council for any discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, motion.
Councilmember Moses.
Yeah, I move to approve the agreement for professional services for Pima Wash Number 8 Stabilization Improvements Project to Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. in the amount of $143,610.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses, a second from Councilmember Koch. Is there any additional discussion? All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item 7.6, Design Build Manager Pre-Construction Services Contract for the Aquatic Center Outdoor Pool Project to Concord General Contracting. Good evening, Mr. Hart.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. It's always a pleasure to come before you and talk about CIP projects. So tonight I'm coming before you to a discussion item, action item, design build for a pre-construction services contract for the Aquatic Center Outdoor Pool to Concord General Contracting. This presentation, I wanted to touch on a couple of things. The first is just a reminder of where the Aquatic Center is in our beautiful city. They're just outside of Rotary Park. The actual proposed outdoor pool is on the southern end of the Aquatic Center. If you were to go through our beautiful complex where the current pool is and walk out that back door, those glass doors that in that yard area is where it's being proposed. And it looks like this when you get out there, a view looking west and a view looking east. So the pre-construction services contract that we have worked out with Concord General Contracting, the task 1 will be a schematic design and site investigation. Task 2 will be the actual design development. Task 3 will be construction documents that we'll need to actually construct it. And then there's some design allowances. And task 4 should during the design process we encounter a potential need to expand the equipment room and some things that are unknown until we really get into it. The RFSQ selection process for this design build manager pre-construction services. We had 3 firms that responded to our RFSQ that Ms. Singleton did such a great job explaining that process. 2 of those firms were selected by the committee to be interviewed. They were scored and ranked by the selection committee. And it was Concord with their team of California Pools and Water Designs that were selected as the most qualified, which then triggered the second portion of that where we actually get into negotiation of the contract and the dollar amount. The price negotiated with the selected firm at that time that I just shared for that pre-construction services. Should the City Council award this design build manager pre-construction services contract, the works is going to begin immediately upon signing of the contract. All tasks will be completed by the end of April for this portion, April of 2026. The design build manager pre-construction professional services fee that was negotiated is $180,230, which staff feels is fair and reasonable for these types of services. With that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Are there questions from members of council for Mr. Hart?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Lynn.
I don't know. I know this probably is not part of this, but I'm struggling with this contract because I think there were some questions that I asked before we go and put in to award this bid for this construction. I know that I asked in the past about grants and possibly maybe even building this pool different than what we're asking them to do. And we didn't really get any answers on that, is if there were grant money that could be put towards this. So do we have any information on that?
Well, the city's always looking for grants was the answer that we were given last time it was asked. For this current contract that's in front of us, there no dollars would be used, no grant dollars would be used for this. So this would be funds that are allocated in the CIP plan for this if the contract was to be awarded this evening.
So I would have liked to have seen us look more into that before we want to award a contract for this at this time, because maybe we could get a better, bigger pool or something.
Yeah, they did look. There just weren't any. I mean,
I'll disagree because I did find one. Okay. I did find one, and it was brought to our attention that currently the grant was being used for Main Street Commons, but that didn't mean we couldn't go back and relook at it if we waited and pushed the pool back just a little bit. So there was one. We just would have to wait a little bit before we did it. And then the second thing that I'm looking at the community impact. And we keep repeating that we're building this for the whole community, but in here, and I'm all for the swim team. I'm great for the swim team. I'm happy, but we're not building it for there. And even in our community impact, we put in here, completion of pool will benefit the current swim teams that utilize the lone indoor pool. I don't even know why that's even in there because yes, we are building it. We're not building it just for them. So I have a lot of concerns with this, and I think there was a lot of issues with the procurement process with some of our local builders. Whether or not we're going to address that or not, I think there were. So I'm struggling a lot with this contract. And not to mention, there's not a single person here from the Parks and Rec department to even be here on a big CIP project for the department. I struggle with that too.
Yeah, Mr. Kozlowski's here today on behalf of Parks and Rec. Should you have any questions directly for administration of the Parks and Rec department? Yeah, I can appreciate your comments on the community impact, but we can't overlook the two sentences before that talk about how it's going to benefit the community in so many ways. And in addition, is the sentence that you've already read. So, I mean, there is a lot of impacts to the community, but I can appreciate your comments. Councilmember Diaz?
So I have a question. So if we vote for this tonight, and then does this mean that we're hiring Concord to build the pool? That's it? They're the ones that's going to build the pool? Or does this mean that, tell me what we're voting on then.
Yeah, Mr. Knudsen.
You're shaking your head over there.
And what you're voting on tonight is the pre-construction services design contract, and that's it.
For $180,000.
Correct.
Right. So, and then we're going to send the proposal to build the pool out for bid.
No. This design build is the contractor is part of the team already. So once we get through this design construction services contract where we've hashed through all the different things that are involved in it, then we come to the end where we discuss a gross maximum price, a GMP.
And thinking ahead, what if we decide we're not going to award it to Concord, we're going to get a different person to build the pool? What happens with the $180,000? We just lose the $180,000?
Yes, that would be services that they provided that's contractually required for us to pay. Now, a portion of that $180,000 is actually the design allowance portion that we may or may not get into. So just to make sure you're aware of that.
I'm looking at just to do things the right way, to make sure the pool's built the right way the first time. Could we have, I'll bring up the Main Street Commons because I wasn't on the council when we did that, but we had council people at the last time we talked about the Main Street Common when we voted to move forward with the restroom and the concession stand / storage room, that they felt that this was kind of forced down their throat, and they wish if they could do it differently, they would do it differently. But let's vote on it just to get it moving forward. And we're not going to make that mistake again. They're even quoted in the newspaper saying that same thing, quote unquote. And I think we're right back in the same situation. I think we should wait on this pool, do it the right way, get some more grant monies, just exhaust all services, make sure it's engineered properly so we don't build a pool that we should have put more decking in there. We should have engineered the wall next to the aquatic center differently. So I'm having some issues with this one, especially when it's Concord again. When Concord, I was told, really did not do us any favors on the Main Street Commons. I'm just being completely honest. I was told that, quote unquote. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Diaz. So, Mr. Hart, there's not deliverables. So the $180,000 for the design, should Concord not be the company that would build it, the design would go with the new company, or it would just be nothing. We would have to start all over.
No, the design construction contract involves creating the documents for the pool construction plans and specs.
So then if that was what the city agreed to, so we're paying $180,000 for these deliverables, should we at the end of the pre-construction design phase select a different contractor, they would do it to those specs that we're paying for if this contract was to be approved tonight?
Correct.
And then when it comes to the Main Street Commons, there was different components of when it was voted on and how to get the votes through. So just because you are not on the winning side of a vote doesn't mean that it was done wrong or that we should.
I'm not saying.
Well, I know. I just need to make sure that the point is made.
Yeah.
That I mean, just because you're not on the same side of that it was done.
No, I was quoting people that voted yes for that. not what I was voting. I was quoting what people said that they're voting for this, but they're not happy about how the process went and how it was. This is not what they originally saw months and months ago. So I'm
for sure. I understand. Yeah.
Not my comment. This is their comment. Yeah.
All right, Mayor.
Councilmember Campbell.
Let me go.
Yeah.
Look at this. I'm ready.
All right, let's do it.
Go. First off, why did we exclude the pool deck from the scope of work?
I am not aware of that.
Yeah, it says right here. Focus on the project. Here is the RFQ, request for statement of qualifications. It also says it over here. The focus of this project is a design, build an outdoor pool that will have dimensions 25 yards by blah, blah, wide, excluding pool deck. I thought that was interesting. And then down below it says, you got to put in timing, removable start blocks, removable wall mounts, removable back flags and lane markers and ADA water and interesting. So that was all part of the request for qualifications. Then I'm going to move over here to the scope of work.
Can we do this one at a time? Is that okay?
Yeah, okay. I just asked him. Okay, why is that excluded?
So Mayor, Councilmember Campbell, and Jason, please chime in. It's giving the dimensions the dimensions exclude the pool deck. So if you include the pool deck, then it's a different dimension. It's just giving you the dimensions of the pool and the pool deck.
This is just for a request for qualifications anyways. What this reads like to me is that we just don't need a pool deck.
No, it's identifying what the dimensions of the pool are, and then saying if you remove the pool deck in terms of the concept of identifying the dimensions, with the pool deck it's this dimension, without the pool deck it's this dimension. It's descriptive.
Okay.
For the contractor.
I can understand that. All right, that's fine. Let's move on to that. Makes sense, kinda. But yes, I will understand that. The next is on the scope of work for the request for qualifications. In other words, this is what goes out to every person that wants to bid on this. It says, this is a design build. And I want everybody to pay attention to what this says. And again, a design build firm is a single legal entity that provides both design and construction services under a single contract with the city. A design build team consists of a group of entities or individuals, whether organized as a joint venture or partnership, that's fine. Happens all the time. Contractors will hire subs to help them. That's what it's saying. But it says right here, this contract we are signing is a design build, is a single entity. And then over here, when you get to the contract that we have in front of us in regards to a design build, we are, like, again, earlier I said it, I don't know why we're talking about $180,000 in pre-construction bid prices when in the scope of work, it was just requests for qualifications, nothing more, no dollar amount, no bid, no nothing. They just wanted the qualifications for a design. If you can potentially design this pool and build this pool under this huge scope that they put in place. That's all that was. So then you get to the contract, and I'll go to page 19 of 42. It states, the design bill management team to retain copyrights. The copyrights, patents, trade secrets, or other intellectual property rights associated, all of that is owned by the design build contractor. And then it proceeds to say, at the very end of the construction, right before final payment, those documentations will then become the ownership of, and it goes on to more, stating that if we alter or change them along the way, the city does that. That's not, I mean, there might be some consequences. But this is if you read through this, you will know this, that we're signing today, as soon as, because they put it all in one category, again, this contract entered into this day of this year, Lake Havasu City, Arizona Municipal Corporation City, and Concord General Concrete Inc., and Arizona Corporation Design Build Manager, or DBM. That means the minute we tell them they get the $180,000, this is all them. At any particular time that they come back and their estimated price is $5-10 million, we have to cancel the contract and go out to another design build, or potentially just go back to the designer that we were going to do before for $250,000. But I have read through all of this way too much in the weeds again, only trying to protect all contractors and rights. But I'm afraid for all of us sitting up here, this means as soon as we do these pre-construction, nowhere in the request for qualifications said that we're going to do a request for qualifications of a pre-design. We did not say that. We did not say that. We said we're going to, whoever gets this design is getting the job. And we have to go through the whole process. And at the end, if they come back and say it's $10 million to build this pool, we're starting over.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Councilmember Campbell. That's exactly what this says. So I 100% agree. But the way we got here was the council meeting that we had where we asked for design build. And I think you championed that.
Yes, I did.
And so
there's a way to do it.
So that's what this is in front of us. And so
I'm going to tell you there's some.
The RFSQ went out and the selection committee brought this one forward because we would have already been underway had we just went with what the original staff recommendation was for us to be able to proceed with. So, I mean, just so we know where we're at. So I agree with you. I don't know that this is the right pathway. So I don't know who would be the right person to take this question. Maybe Mr. Knutson. What are the options? So this evening, one, we need to decide, are we doing a second pool? Is that still a priority of the council? And if so, what are the methods to do that? Because there are some concerns that we would be entering into a relationship where we're going all the way through.
Yeah. And why are we picking this contractor? Obviously, they had a team. I had a local contractor reach out to me today and said that they were denied because they went through the process. They were denied because they didn't have an engineer on staff. And they said anybody could hire an engineer and put him on staff. That wasn't an issue.
Sure.
And so they're very disturbed. They didn't even want to show up today.
Let's see what our options are. Like, what would happen? So, Mr. Knutson, would you be able to answer that question about what our options are this evening? Should we not adopt this? What are the next steps?
Well, if I can, and I apologize, but Ms. Singleton, could you come to the microphone just to talk about what next steps and scenarios could be? But in the meantime, while you're getting situated, as far as like direction coming from council, so we're at a little bit of a disadvantage tonight because we have an even number of council members. So I say that just because in terms of what does staff do if X happens or if Y happens or if Z happens. So I'm all about scenarios and all council members know I'm all about scenarios and trying to figure these things out. But if we don't move forward with this contract as one possible scenario, whether it's a 3-3 or whatever that looks like, what does council want to do with the outdoor pool? So I would implore you as the council, I would implore the council to give direction on what that looks like for next steps. Because a simple no vote, honestly, is we'll revisit it when it comes to the next budget work session, unless there's direction given by council. What do you want to do? A bigger pool, smaller pool, push it to the next fiscal year, approach it with a design approach. There was the initial approach that was discussed at that time. But just be thinking about that in terms of, I would implore you as a council, a simple no vote to give staff zero direction on what to do next. And if the direction is don't do anything next, then that's good too. So with that, Ms. Singleton, if I can, could you update the mayor and the council when it comes to maybe a scenario here? So if the council approves the contract tonight for the $180,000 for pre-construction, and we then come back and they submit their bid or their guaranteed maximum price number for construction, at that point, do we have options or what does that look like?
The state statute says that once the city executes a pre-construction services contract resulting from a request for qualification statement, that procurement is considered concluded. And that contract subsequently ends or is terminated, the city is prohibited from using the same solicitation or the associated final ranking from the other offer, and a new procurement must be initiated.
So if I can, with the back and forth, Mr. Mayor. So if we go back, we go back out to bid, we can't do a design build. Is that what we're saying here? We have to do a separate procurement measure, or
It doesn't say that you can't do another design build.
okay.
It just says that you have to go back out for solicitation, whatever that may be.
Sure. So if the council votes no on it today, if the council would vote yes on it this evening, and we made it through the pre-construction services, is the city obligated to pursue the construction contract with the Concord, or do we have options?
We have options.
Okay. So we could decide not to move forward with the construction contract and utilize the design that we had in hand for whatever other means, or.
Could I interject? I'm sorry. So on page 19 that you referred to, Council Campbell, under 5.0 project documents and copyrights, where it says A, city ownership of project documents, all work products electronically or manually generated, including but not limited to cost estimates, studies, design, analysis, original Mylar drawings, computer-aided drafting designs, file disks, related documents which are prepared in performance of this contract and collectively referred to as project documents are to be and remain the property of the city and are to be delivered to the project manager before final payment is made. So this city
Understanding that because this is a design build, that means once I do designs and I build, but basically I give over all my plans to somebody when the construction is complete. They own it at that point. This is not this RFQ that went out is specifically for design bid contract. And I don't understand why tonight, maybe procurement can tell me that. Why do we not have two different items here? Why don't we have one that says, does the council agree that that you agree with the staff that through your number system that we want to pick Concord? That should be a yes or no. Second off, they come back and say, to start with, Concord just got awarded the RFQ. We all gave the approval for the RFQ to be awarded. The next is, are you okay with giving them $180,000 for their pre-construction documents, which would include all of them because they are getting it. So this is where in my world, I understand what it was saying there, but it does say that they retain all copyrights to their design. So in other words, if somebody never builds the house that I design and it's a design build, I keep my own designs. They're mine because they didn't follow through with the contract. But in most cases, I'm just a designer, so then I just do the plans. So this particular RFQ went out. It's very explicit that this is a design and build. So if you pay for the design, that's the contractor. That's the part that bugs me a little bit.
Let's see if Ms. Singleton can answer the question.
Yeah, okay.
Do you understand the question? Okay.
Okay.
So there's a thought process, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Campbell, trying to just interpret what you just mentioned. So from a procurement process standpoint, so using statute, local code, and the things that you do, plus our internal policies, why is this item coming before us to do a design build where we're awarding a contract to potentially Concord for a price of $180,000 instead of having one item being that we're picking the
Concord. We agree that was their best choice for request.
So we agree that the selection committee picked the right company. Mm-hmm. Like that would be a vote of the council, and then subsequent vote would
if it was a yes.
If it was a yes, then we vote for the $180,000.
Correct.
Is there?
Yeah, and I don't know if I can answer that because that's.
Can I ask it this way? So the state statute, when it talks about selection committees in this process, could you elaborate what a selection committee is and how that process works? And can that selection committee be the council?
I don't believe the selection committee can be the council. I mean, you can get an outside technical expert to come in and be on the selection committee. We're to have an architect or an engineer on the selection committee and a contractor, an outside contractor or an internal contractor. So it's pretty specific as to who can sit on that selection committee and how many can be on the selection committee. I think that there's no more than either 7 or 9.
And I'm not saying that anybody on the council should be, but usually you'll see we award this bid. Okay, yes, there's a dollar amount. You know, we can say no, send it out. That's what I'm trying to get at. On everything that is, why is this in front of us? Because we as the council have the right to vote for it or against it. If for whatever personal reasons, maybe personal knowledge you may have or whatever you think, you may think this is the wrong choice for our city. I think we as the council vote yes or no, and a majority wins that.
For sure.
And then the next goes on to, now that they are the rewarding person, are we okay with the $180,000 for pre-construction bid? And if we say, I think that's too high, I think you ought to dial it down. We have, go back, everybody sharpen their pencils and come back and say, you get this design bid below $100,000 or we'll cancel this one. Do we have the right to do this as the council up here?
So we have the ability to vote no tonight. So I'm gonna just step back for a second. Let's talk about pools. Do we want a second pool? Do we want a second pool? Members of the council, do we want a second pool?
I heard is of the utmost important, and we have to go as fast as we possibly can.
I heard that too from this council, and that's why we're at design build right now.
I missed the April 8th meeting. So I went back and watched it because I heard there was a lot of issues about this. And just recently rewatching that meeting, and I'm sorry that I wasn't here, it was like, we want it done tomorrow. Why wasn't it done yesterday? So hurried up and brought it back, and then we rejected it then. We wanted it done a different way. We go back and do it that way. Now that way is not good enough. It seems like it seems like there's already a company that somebody wants to build a pool, and I don't know why they're not bidding on it, but it's not a big pet project of mine. I was supporting the rest of the council that wanted to get the thing done. Now we're finding every excuse to say no. Like, do we want it or don't we? I'm supportive of it, but I'm not going to sit here and have an argument every single meeting and we have the pool brought up because we keep changing the way we want it done as a council. The staff can't go back and forth and get a project done.
Councilmember Diaz, are you still interested in a pool?
I want a pool, but I want a pool, but I want it done the right way. I don't want to go back and forth. So, yeah.
Councilmember Campbell, do you want a pool?
I kind of agree that I would like to first look into that grant funding that we had talked about. I said no to start. Remember that.
So
Second off, I didn't want to pay $250,000 for a design. I thought that was a little expensive. Second off, I think what we're doing this is wrong again, the way it's written. And now we're even admitting that we're going to improve the process and we're going to make it better. I don't want another downtown catalyst situation where it's quite a bit more than we expected and we are not 100% happy. So right now, I am concerned about the Parks and Rec Department and the amount of complaints I'm getting right now. With everything in general. So my answer is I would probably do a motion to.
I'm not asking for a motion. I'm asking, do you want to have a pool?
I would say yes if we go get some more grant funding. Yes if we fix the procurement issue and send it back out again.
Okay.
That would be a yes.
Yeah. Ms. Gary, did you have something?
Mayor, Mr. Council, there are so many questions swirling around. So let me try to answer just a couple quick things that might be helpful. Regarding the agreement, this is for the pre-construction services specifically in the recitals on the first page. The city at its discretion may enter into a separate construction contract with the DMB or amend this contract to include construction phase services. So right now, all you're concerned about are the pre-construction services. When we get to that next point, then you determine whether or not you're going to move into the construction phases with this DMB or enter into a separate agreement. When we're talking about the ownership of the documents, there's a difference between retaining the intellectual properties and retaining the actual work product. What we're talking about, like in the above where the city owns the documents, that's the work product. And then, yes, of course, the company is going to retain all of their copyrights, their patents, their intellectual property. So I don't want to get hung up in that portion of the contract. What were some of the other swirling questions?
Why?
The selection committee. So as you go through the statute and you're reading what the process is, there's a very specific process on how you go about the selection committee. The selection committee ranks it according to what was in the RFP, they select the highest person. That doesn't go to council. Then they negotiate the agreement. The agreement is what comes to council. And so as far as that part coming to council, that's just not part of the state statute process. So that wouldn't come to you. So we're not coming to you asking you, do you agree with how it was rated by the selection committee, which would be completely inappropriate to have any type of political influence over anything having to do with a rating system. So that's not for consideration. That's not how the statute works. That's not how the process works. And so now negotiation has happened with the highest person from the selection committee. And this is what is before you today to determine. So you determine whether or not, and that was our marching orders to do the design build. We've done that. We're here before you now. It is cheaper than what was first anticipated and what some people had some issues with. So if we're talking about getting it done fast and still having some options, here you go.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gary. Yeah, when we first had the April 8th meeting, we were there to talk about $250,000 design contract. And then that's when the council gave direction for design build, which again is what we have here in front of us. It sounds like there are safeguards if we all want the pool. I remember this council was saying we got to go faster, and why is it so slow? When we were having this discussion, we also imagined the room full of swim enthusiasts that were in this room telling us what they wanted a pool, not one meeting, but 2 meetings going through that process. So if we don't award this contract today, then we would have to say that to give staff direction. So right now the consensus is we want to have a pool from the majority of the council. And how do we want to do that? Do we want to do it through bid it out, or do we want to do a design build? Do we want to move it to the next fiscal year?
I will throw in too, if we're not going to award this contract, it has to be for a legitimate reason. Like you're going to have to state on the record for whatever reason. And that's fine. If you have legitimate, you're going to have to establish some sort of reason for it, because otherwise we're going to be challenged as to why we're not going forward with the process. So that's fine, as long as you can come up with with what is the justification for not moving forward? Like, where has it failed? Where is it wrong? Do we not want to move forward with the project at all? And that's a totally good reason. Like, we are not going to do the pool now or in the foreseeable future. Then that may be appropriate. But
Mayor, can I ask Concord, are these our plans? Like, if we give them a check for $180,000, are they our plans? That's what.
Well, it's written in here contractually that it is on page 19, as you
Well,
referenced.
I read it, and then I'm why we can't ask them.
Yeah, we certainly can, but Councilmember Moses, did you have comments?
We could ask our legal expert. I'd be interested. I mean, I don't understand what is the problem with the process. So we don't like the design build now, or is the problem with Concord? This feels very coordinated with you three. Like, what's the issue?
She's more concerned about grants. I'm worried about something else. What I'm trying to say is that this RF, as we've admitted that we are going out to our local contractors to have a better open conversation with them, to try and get local contractors to the table. And Concord's a local contractor. They have an office here, right? Okay, the second question would be the concerns of the RFQ and how it's written. It says design build right here. Why? And then the question again, why are we voting just yes or no? And I know I've been up here before, and I think, I'm no disrespect, but I've been up here voting for just an RFQ before, or not RFQ, or a bid before for somebody. We have the right to say no if we don't want it. So my question to you is, are you ready to build this pool for probably way more than 2.5? Are you ready to do that?
Well, that's not what's
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If the bid comes in at $5 million, are you ready to build this pool, and are you okay with that?
We're going to get a guaranteed maximum price as part of this agreement,
right?
Design services. So we will have that discussion when it comes to that. So if it's more than the money we have in the budget, then we don't really have an alternative to do that, because we don't have any more money in the budget for it. So we have to stay within those confines of.
And the other big question on this pool, which everybody had, and even they've brought it up, was that do we have to build a supply room on top of it? Is there going to be a supply house? That doesn't say that in there because the supply room's not big enough. And if we have to start to build an outside building, if we have to start pulling in electricity, I can tell you we're in a pickle.
That'll all be in the design part, so we'll know that, and that'll be part of the guaranteed maximum price should this agreement pass.
The way this is written to me as a design build and how it's said in the RFQ said this: whoever does this design gets the build.
No, I don't disagree with you, Councilmember Campbell, but you were championing that we're here because
there's a lot of good reason for that.
But at the same time, we were getting phone calls with the donations from people and local people saying they were building it. I mean, all sorts of things were happening from your part of the diet.
Right now that a lot of people are really unhappy with the
I'll just jump in. So there are specific steps that we can take when we get to the GMP. When we get to that point of the process, there are options for the city. We're not locked in by entering into this agreement today. There are options spelled out. If at one, we can get an independent person estimator to come in and review what they submit to us as the GMP. And then if we don't approve of the GMP proposal, we can accept that proposal as submitted. We can make adjustments to that. We can request that the DMB submit a revised GMP. We can decline to approve the GMP proposal. So there are options within here. I don't want anybody to feel like we're locking anybody into anything that it is going to have to be this way. There are options built into the contract.
And I do want to say it wasn't Concord that did the design for the downtown catalyst to start with. They built the design that that Diggs did for them. So I don't want it to sound like this is it, but I'll tell you, the community is really shocked that the same contractor that we use for the downtown catalyst is the one that is getting this award. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm not getting nearly the excitement that I had before.
Design build is going to streamline the process. So if we're still going for quick and we were going for efficiency, this is the way that you do it. If we're going to pull back and start something different, we have to get out of this solicitation first based on, I'm not sure what, but if you're looking for streamlining, we're looking to getting it done, we're looking for efficiencies, this is a good path for the city to take.
All right, are there comments before we open the public hearing? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item?
Good evening, Mayor. I am really curious. I've seen several of your meetings before, and there have been times when you have decided to put a hold on a vote and just not voted on an item. And I'm wondering if this isn't one of those times that you would be able to consider just not voting on it today and maybe waiting until the next meeting, because Mr. Knudsen was worried about a 3-3 vote, and I just wanted to suggest that.
Thank you, Ms. Toy.
I think it's sad. This was first proposed. This entire room was loaded with people. And I think what's sad is you're all sitting up there trying to do the right thing. I believe that. You all have different opinions. That's what this country is all about. But where's your support? There's nobody here. I mean, maybe it doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing, but I don't have any skin in the game. My girls are grown up and they're out there doing their own thing, okay? But where are all the people that wanted this? To be here, to help. Maybe it's a better thing that they're not here, because this is really getting to be pretty wild, to be quite frank with you. I think the city attorney is doing a great job. You really got to sit down and sort this out, because from my position in the back of the room, you got problems. That's all I want to say. Good luck to you, but if you ask me, take a step back. I think you can do it fast. And I had mechanics that work for me that did it fast, but you know what? I'll use the term, they were pretty shitty mechanics. The guys I can trust were the guys who could do it fast and understand what they're doing. And you got too many questions here. Take a deep breath. It's not a showstopper. There's no Olympics coming here. You've already taken care of that. Donald Trump got him other places, not coming here. Yeah, I know. Leave it alone. But anyway, that's only all I'm saying. I mean, you guys have really got a mixed bag of soup here tonight. And I don't think you're going to be able to make a good decision. And you're all intelligent people, but boy, you got yourself a stew here that's really is starting to boil from the top down rather than the bottom up. That's all I can say. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Would anyone else like to address City Council on this item? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council. So what is the direction that the council wants to make? So we can entertain the motion that's in front of us. We can entertain a motion to, I can't believe I'm going to say these words, to table it to the next meeting when we have a full council. We can entertain a different motion that I don't even know that would be possible. So I think those are our two options. Councilmember Moses?
Like, I'll vote no on this, no problem, if there's an issue with how things have gone. And so I asked the question and it wasn't really answered. She gave me another question back. But is there a problem with Concord, or is there a problem with the process? And do we need to go out for a different process when we actually go get an engineer, have it all engineered, and then go get the builder, like what the staff originally wanted us to do? So if I could understand where the confrontation is, I might be, but it just doesn't make any sense. Like, nobody's making any sense up here.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please, Councilmember.
And I'll try to answer them, Councilmember Moses. So when Concord was involved, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not saying anything wrong. When Concord was involved with the downtown catalyst, the reason we didn't get all the shade structures put in originally because it was $880,000. That's what I was told. Once Concord got out of there and we went around Concord to get them, it was $300,000. So there's a $500,000 $580,000 bump with getting Concord out of there. If we spend $180,000 today, and as Councilmember Campbell said, they could come back and say this is going to cost us $5 million or $10 million, and then, well, we can't. That's not in the CIP budget. We don't have that funding, and then so we're out $180,000 of taxpayer dollars. And I've always been an advocate of we're spending taxpayer dollars. So yes, I do have a problem with Concord, and I have a problem with this process. But again, like with the downtown catalyst, I want a magnet down there to bring people down to downtown. I think we do need a second pool to take some pressure off the current pool, but let's do it the right way. And we just take the simplest things and seems like we make them so difficult. I wanted to see if we could start getting those improvements that we were talking about earlier to make it not so hard to do. But I have a problem with I guarantee you, I could just tell you they're going to come back and we're not going to get that pool built for $2.5 million. It's going to be a lot more than that. And then we're going to vote no. And then they're going to have $180,000 of taxpayer dollars. So that's where my hesitance is, but I do want the pool built. I want to make that perfectly clear, just like I wanted the downtown cabins built. I just did not like the process.
So Councilmember Diaz, what is the right way in your opinion? So the staff is bringing back what the council directed them to do, which we told them was the right way last time, and that's why we find ourselves here.
I think we should clean up our process. We admitted that we're going to fix our processes and then make sure that everyone that really wants to help us build a pool here gets an opportunity to properly bid on it without having all this confusion. And this is what they're telling us.
I didn't hear that tonight. What I heard is we're going to do.
Well, I'm not saying that tonight. We didn't hear it tonight. I'm just telling people that have came to me and talked to me that they're not bidding on our jobs because X, Y, and Z.
Sure.
And we haven't addressed, we're on the right road to address those things. But until we do, we're still got,
yeah. So what I heard is that we were having outreach opportunities so that we could engage further with the local bidders or contractors within this area. Not that we're going to be changing our process.
Well, I think if that meeting on
February
11th happens, and the first question we should ask everyone in the room, why aren't you bidding on our jobs? Just let them talk to us. Not tell them we need to have them tell us why they're not bidding so we could have an open mind and then we could have a good concrete discussion.
Mayor, Mayor, I did hear her say, I asked her twice, that they are going to improve their process to best practices, to align more with other cities and towns, because they were using certain templates. Okay, she did say that, and that they are going to improve that, and we're going to have community outreach, and we're hopefully going to get more people at the table. She did say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And so that's where I said if I could motion to number one, dig deeper to get grant funding. Number two, to send this, clean up our process that they said they were going to do our outreach, resubmit it, and let's hope we get a bunch of RFQs back that we feel comfortable with, that we can actually hope that we can get the lowest price for the citizens in the end. Because Councilmember Diaz is exactly right. There's a reason why Concord was stopped and the rest of the work was done by somebody else. I mean, no offense, but that was truth. That's what we were told. If the ugly truth, you want to hear the ugly truth, why didn't Concord continue the downtown catalyst all the way through? Why didn't they do the rest of the projects? Why did we hire another company?
Because we approved, this council approved a bid, not including the add alternates, and knowing that we could come back for a less expensive bathroom, and I think at that time it was bridge. So Concord did all of the work that they were contracted to do based on what this council awarded.
Right. I'm agreeing with you, but we didn't continue to use them through. I mean, there was a reason why we stopped.
Yeah, we went through the process, and I mean, I don't know the specifics of who bid on what we currently have, but
so you want to know the question. The community would be a lot happier if we're not using the same contractor that we stopped midway and had another contractor finish the job. And they're unhappy with the process, and they're unhappy with it was only closed for an hour, but really was open for 4 days. You know, those are the things that are being spoke about. And as we're fighting up here and arguing, we're the ones that are all going to get blamed for this when the bid does come back at probably quite a bit more.
Yeah, the process that we're really talking about here, I mean, just the elephant in the room is it's political. This turned into a political issue that it should have never turned into it. So the process we just awarded right before this item, we just awarded an item using the same process that's the right process, the exact same process. And now here we find ourselves, it's because it got political. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if we don't want to pool, we don't want to pool. That's not what I heard from the citizens. I don't hear these same conversations, and I'm out in the public a lot. It's because it's political, and that is why people are having concerns about what contractors doing what. I mean, it doesn't come up in any of my communications that I have with citizens at all. And I'm open and transparent about all of the things. But
what about this potential grant that Michelle's talking about?
Yeah, so the grant opportunity it has to do with from Arizona State Parks and Trails, and it has to do with the amount of money that we have out there. But I don't know, maybe Mr. Knudsen or
Mr. Kozlowski can address it. It was a $500,000 grant that we did apply for. It's kind of gotten back and forth a little bit too. Some of these grants get a little tricky, but Mr. Kozlowski, could you expand upon the grant we applied for?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lynn, regarding your question about grants, this grant through state parks is a little different. It's not like SLIF that is administered at the state level. This is a grant that is funded at the federal level. So this has to be approved by the state board as well as the federal board in order to get these grant dollars awarded to us. At this point in time, with the Main Street Commons project, we applied for some additional funds based off of what was available at the time through the federal application process. And we're still in the process of hearing, at least from the state, that we are potentially could still be awarded those funds for Main Street Commons. So during that time, we still are in the waiting period as far as if those funds are awarded, we need to expend those funds before we can apply again for another project.
And what's that time frame?
That's the tricky part. The issue here is the state parks and the federal parks aren't great at communicating with one another. So as far as getting a nailed down time frame, as far as when these grant funds are going to be awarded to us, is still very much unknown.
And I understand that. And I really want to give compliments to our staff, and Ms. Sari's not here today, but I have talked to her, and there are grants. She said her and I have talked about it. This is one possible one. There could be other ones. And I don't want to be stuck with this pool either. And if it does come back that it's more, that we can say, okay, well, we can subsidize that with a grant.
Sure.
And that's all I'm saying, because that's what we ended up doing with the downtown catalyst. We put in, this is how much we want to spend. Well, look at how much we ended up spending because we had matched grants and we matched it. So, and we keep hearing this hurry thing, that the council hurried it. And I feel like I'm getting pointed at doing that because I know I led that meeting. The reason why it wasn't to hurry the project, it was what was stalling us for so long. That's what at that meeting, it was not why don't we have the pool built? It was what were you doing for the whole entire year? Where were the meetings? Where were the conversations being held? That's where that meeting came to, where I was quite, I was unhappy with where we were. And that meeting is where the whole council got involved and said, okay, push it forward. At that specific meeting, I didn't want it pushed forward. I was just wondering what was taking so long for us to get to that, and had meetings with the Parks and Rec director. I had a meeting with the city manager and with council member Diaz, wondering what was taking so long. So I feel like this is being pointed at me because I'm the one who started this to push it forward. If we don't need to push it forward, but let's move on it and continue to move on it and do it the right way and build it for everybody in the community with the least amount of money. And take advantage of the grants.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lynn, I can assure you, no matter which process is determined tonight by council, that going through that process, we will continue to look for grants. And if anything comes available or a new opportunity is out there outside of the state parks grant that we're referring to tonight, that we will look into those and make sure that we're applying to bring in additional dollars for this project.
And should this agreement passed this evening, we still have to come back. It still has to come back before council for wherever the guaranteed maximum price is, regardless. So if we don't agree with the price, generally, what I was told is, in the 10 to 15% range for design services. I don't know, Mr. Hart, if you could confirm that. So with that being said, in the current number we have at 180, you could estimate that it's going to come in under budget or at budget, excuse me. So there is those alternatives, but does that clarify the grant opportunities for you, Vice Mayor Lynn?
It does, but in all honesty, I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah, Councilmember Diaz.
Yeah. So and we're here late, so we're going to be here a little bit later. Might as well talk. So number one, I want to get it out in the open. So I've not coordinated this with Councilmember Campbell or Councilmember Lynn, like was alluded to earlier. There's no coordination at all. And number two, I just wanted to find out, you had mentioned twice in your last comments that this has gotten political. So can you clarify what you mean with that? You say
certainly.
I just want to know.
Oh yeah. I'll actually send you links tomorrow of the meetings and you can watch them. Yeah. This has been the most political item that we've had on the agenda. So, it started with, the swim coach, actually. The swim coach reaching out to members of council, and then coming in and speaking at the council meetings. And then all of a sudden, donation calls were flooding in that we could get donations from the local community to do it mid-meeting, and that we should do a design build for this project and we need to move fast. My recollection is very similar to Councilmember Koch's recollection that the council was on Mr. Knutson because we haven't moved and we had not made any progress on it, and that we wanted it built even before, we wanted design services before it was in the budget. So this is July 1 is when the money came into the budget, when it was successfully approved. And from there, now it's gone into, what contractors are here, what the services they are, why are they charging a fair price? I mean, all of these things that, again, we just approved something using this exact same process in the previous item. We're going to consider one in the subsequent item. And we had not one person said anything. I had to change my words because I said, any additional discussion? We didn't have any additional discussion. We didn't have discussion in the first place. So I just said, all right, anyone have anything else to say? But we are approving those items without an issue. And then this one issue that, we don't like what Parks is doing, or we think it should be a square or it should be a rectangle or it should be 25 yards versus 25 meters. All the things that we think we're experts on, something that we're just not. And that's what occurred here. And so this is where we find ourselves, as a council, in my opinion. Okay. So.
And I'm going to say, I'm reading this still, and I gave it to my husband, who's a contractor, and I said, how do you read this RFQ? And he says, it says design build. Whoever designs this is building this, or as exact words, you're going to lose that $180,000. Now, Miss Kelly, our attorney is stating that's not true. That's not what you're reading. That's not what you're reading. But then I spoke to somebody else that is in this kind of field as well, pretty high up there. He says, if you approve this and then you're not happy with the end price, you've lost $180,000. I just want to let you know, Nancy. So if that is the case, I don't want my name anywhere on this right now, because it starts back to, okay, then let's go out to bid for it, because it's not costing us $1 at this point. Let's go to bid for the design, like we talked about before. And if it's $250,000, or maybe this contractor will come back and say, hey, I still want my $180,000. What about this one over here says, I'll design your whole pool and give you all your documentations for $100. But the reason why we always like to say design build is because a lot of times whoever is the contractor on the job likes their own engineers. They like their own soil samples. They want their own design, for whatever reason. Without a doubt. I mean, you can argue what kind of equipment one person wants to put in versus another. So that is why in a simple pool, because this is not the Taj Mahal here. This is a simple pool that most contractors can do a design build contract all together and give you an idea. But we have a lot of questions. It says it right in here. Are we going to build a supply house now too? Now, that might not be just a normal contractor. That not be just a normal pool contractor. Now you might have a general contractor with a pool contractor. There's a whole lot to the fact of is the space, which our staff invited some people into the building to take a look at it to make sure that they had enough adequate space in there. And what I heard, they didn't. So again, we're saying they should have went back to procurement. They should have only talked to procurement, nobody else. But they didn't. Everybody was talking. There was meetings down at the Aquatic Center. There was staff down there, without a doubt. And so this is where it's all, and not with me or Michelle or David. It was with the staff having conversations and not directing these contractors directly to. And they said they didn't have any clear direction, and that all the staff should have said, here's the procurement number. I can't talk to you. So there's holes in this. And I just don't want to start out holy. I want to start out clean, and we shouldn't be fighting up here about this, because at the end, all I'm saying is the citizens are going to blame us for everything that goes wrong, including potentially what I'm reading in here in this contract. That's why I said, let's bring Concord up here and say, do you understand that after $180,000, these plans belong to the city? And for some reason, nobody wants him to come up here and answer a simple question. And if I was a contractor, I'd be running up here and go, absolutely, you guys own all of the documentation. You just tell me, the layman up here that maybe doesn't understand your contract.
Sure. And Concord could come up and answer that question for you, Councilmember Campbell. That's not an issue at all. Okay. Should you have that question? It's just what I've read the same words you read, and I had the same concerns. But Ms. Gary's comments tonight about what's in the recitals and the protections that we have, should we not get the guarantee maximum price, and if we need to have a control room or a chemical room or whatever that's added on, that's going to be in the guarantee maximum price that we'll have the opportunity to consider when it comes back before us in the future. So, I mean, all of those things are there. Is Concord in the room? Would they be willing to answer the Councilmember Campbell's question? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if you can just make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
It is a design build.
Sir, if you can just wait till you get to the microphone, if you could state your name for the record.
I'm Ted Nicely with Concord General Contracting. So it is a design build. The contract is a design build contract. But you are paying a fee for the design. That doesn't mean we have to build it. So you're going to get us to design it, then we're going to GMP it. It's not liked. It's your documents. You're going to change it if it's deck or whatever. The deck is there. We already met. We already know what the design needs to be. We're just waiting for a contract to start putting it on paper.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember Campbell?
Yep. He's on record saying that the designs are ours after this, correct?
You're paying us for a fee. I mean, it's pretty black and white. I mean, it is a different process. It's not a GMP. It's not a hard bid. It's design build for a GMP is what we're after.
But the RFQ does state in there that it is a design build and that it says this will be one entity that does both.
You can read it both ways. We just know who Concord is.
That's the part about contracts that make me a little nervous.
We stand up and we're not here trying to rip off where we live. I know there's past things. There's past things. At some point, Concord needs to be given a chance to make things right too.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it. All right. Yeah, thank
you.
All right. So at this point, we've had public discussion. We can entertain the motion that's in front of us. We can entertain a motion again to table until the next meeting when we have the entire council here. But what is the pleasure of the council? Entertain a motion.
I motion to deny the RFQ, to go back and get all the information we can get on grants and restart the process, the RFQ process, after we update our procurement reports.
We would need a second to that if before we have any additional discussion.
I'll second that.
All right. So we have a motion from Councilmember Campbell and a second from Councilmember Diaz. Councilmember Moses, did you have?
So we still want to go back and do a design build. We still want to do the same process, right?
Yes, I do. After they update,
But where we don't want to get
everybody at the table
and then go
understand.
solicit bids, right?
Yep.
And then if they win it again,
Yes. Done.
But we're not changing the policy. We're just going to have a meeting on the 11th of February to educate the local contractors how our procurement process works because state law. And federal.
I agree with you, but they have mentioned that they want to use best practices on their procurement moving forward.
So I need Mayor, Councilmember, and then Ms. Singleton. I need clarification because Ms. Singleton and in her quest to learn and to improve, like all of our employees do, we're always going to say we can always do better.
Correct.
That's what we do it with everything. So and then all of a sudden we're having a conversation that Ms. Singleton said that we have to improve and clean up, and I don't know what any of that means. So if council's giving direction, I don't know what cleanup means. I don't know what improve the process means. Lynette is very, very good at what she does. So if we have questions in terms of what the process is, we can ask her and we can go back and forth to identify what that means. Okay. We can't just clean up a document that state statute says this language has to be in the RFQ.
The RFQ is stating here, Concord just stated it. Either way, we can read it a different way. I'm stating, like, is it a design build, but the first documentation can be used by I'm just saying that's what I'm trying to say. I know you're doing a great job and all the things, but I'm saying the template on that could basically, let's make sure that everybody understood, because I had several tell me later that if I knew I could get $180,000 for pre-documentation before I had to go to a bid, I'd have been all over it. But I didn't think that. I thought I had to. And I know that they called procurement. I know they asked a lot of questions is what they told me maybe, but that's hearsay because I wasn't in the middle of the process. That was after the fact. But what I'm trying to say is if most of them knew, they can go out and hire all their engineers and their surveyors and all the things that they needed and come to us with $100 and knew that they can get at least $180,000 to do these things. This would look totally different. They were told why was the staff speaking to them? Why would not you, but other people? Why were they invited down the aquatic center? I'm saying there's a lot of that. So we just need to clean up what we just discussed. You can read it both ways. That makes me nervous in a contract. Any of you up here want to be in a contract that can be read both ways?
It's the design build that can be interpreted both ways.
That's right.
I believe said. And that was not from city staff.
And then again, nowhere in the RFQ did it state that we will start with a certain amount of money for, design. But I've already did my motion. I've got a second. What I'd like to see happen is one, just clean up the verb. That's what I meant by cleaning up the verbiage. Well, I've said it over and over that if he said that could be interpreted two different ways, The contract's already interpreted two different ways. That's me, speaking for the citizens, and our contractor saying that you can interpret it the other way, but I'm up here guaranteeing in public, which is very nice, but it can be, there's others that may have interpreted it differently as well.
Mayor and Councilmember Campbell, by no means am I trying to persuade or trying to challenge any statements or things that are out there. I'm simply trying to get a clear direction back to staff on what happened as next. I'm asking the question, like clean up that language or what that looks like. The conversation with the gentleman from Concord right now was the design build, which is defined by state statute. For those, the council members have been in my office. So every council member has been in my office in the last 60 days. I printed out all 30 some, 60 some pages, 30 pages on both sides that says, here's the process for design build as dictated by Arizona state statute. It's on my desk. It's been there for a couple of months here, so that we can look at that. Design build is defined in state statute by 60 pages that says this is how the process works. So I'm just trying to relay that. And again, council, please just tell us what you want to do. Do you want to build a pool, not build a pool? And if the direction has to and if there's questions in terms of clean up the process or what that looks like, if you could just be a little more specific, and if not, then that's fine, and we can do our best to move forward.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Lynn.
Well, first of all, we had a motion, a second motion. Shouldn't we just be voting? I don't know why we're continuing this conversation, but
you can have additional discussion after a motion.
Okay, so I have a huge problem. I don't know how anybody else doesn't have a problem when we have this contractor come up and admit that they made mistakes in the past and give them a second chance. I have a huge problem with that. A humongous problem with that. So they're admitting they made past mistakes. Let us make it up to you. Huge problem with that.
Yes, so we have a motion to I don't know.
I will motion this again. My motion was to move forward looking into the grants per what Anthony said. But if we're just to put this in the motion, continue to investigate grants, number one. Number two, clean up any of the verbiage that we're a little confused on right now. And there's a lot in here. Resubmit the process because they were not why was the staff down at Parks and Rec talking to contractors that they shouldn't have? They had people down there before before we even approved the RFQ, they had people all over that place. And it says right in here that you need to call this number. You need to answer questions through these emails. And those things were not happening. There was a lot of missteps here, you guys. And we can either just, we can make this all political is what you're saying. And yes, none of us know about a well or any of this, but what I'm getting is people calling me and saying, I cannot believe you're using the same contractor that you did before. I'm getting, look at not one Stingray in here. They're just completely defeated by this at this point. You don't see anybody in this room. They're not okay with our direction right now. And so my motion was to go continue. That's easy, says they're doing it anyway, so I'm not asking for any more. Continue to
Actually,
do funding.
I'm sorry, Kelly, can you read back the motion? Because I think it was reject the RFQ.
Yeah, reject the RFQ. Go ahead.
How I have it is I move to deny the design build manager pre-construction services contract.
Yeah, I think the motion was to either reject or deny the RFQ. And so I think that was my problem. Like, that's not what's before the council. So I'm not sure procedurally what.
I'm denying I motion to deny the $180,000 for this RFQ for design build at this time, for us to go back out and submit a new RFQ with better direction in the scope of work, because we have a lot. So I don't know if you have to resend that. Now you got to take it back and I have to re-say it. Or did she say, is that work?
So we don't have an RFQ in front of us. We have a design build contract.
Yes, this design build contract.
I know words matter though. So you're saying an RFQ, that's not in front of us right now. So are you motioning to?
The RFQ is what we are approving as well. The RFQ, which is the request for qualifications, is Concord. So we are in front of them right now for the RFQ. Go back to what does it say? It says it right on there. And if Concord comes back and they're the lowest bidder and they are the highest qualified and all the things, it's just, there's problems. So we're talking too much again. So you're saying that my motion and my second is not. Can you repeat again what I said?
I think I'll refer to Ms. Gary. I think she heard it different, but the motion was to deny the design build manager pre-construction services contract. But I think according to Ms. Gary, there's just a question on the RSQ.
So if I may suggest that Councilmember Campbell, if you would withdraw your motion, if you would agree, Councilmember Diaz, and then if I would entertain a motion to go in executive session to have some discussion with our attorney, and then we can resume back out here. But that would require you to withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. So do we have a motion to adjourn to executive session?
So move.
Hang tight. It's only Thanksgiving week, right, guys?
Yeah. So we'll be moving to a quick meeting with our attorney. We'll come back and resume the meeting in just a few minutes. So just give us a few minutes. All right, I call to order the Lake Havasu City Council regular meeting, returning from executive session. We are hearing the item, which is item 7.6, design build manager pre-construction services contract for the Aquatic Center Outdoor Pool Project to Concord General Contracting. We have already had discussion among the council. We've opened up the public hearing. We've closed the public hearing. We've had additional discussion among council and adjourned to executive session. Now we are returning. Is there any additional discussion from members of the council before we entertain a motion? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Councilmember Diaz?
I move to deny the design build manager pre-construction services contract for the Aquatic Center Outdoor Pool Project to Concord General Contracting in the amount of $180,230 and to move it for further evaluation coming up at the next budget session.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Diaz. We have a second from Vice Mayor Lynn. Is there any additional discussion? We are ready to vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Move on to item 7.7, bid for the water treatment plant improvement project to Care Civil Corporation. Mr. Hart.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm coming before you this evening with a discussion action item for awarding a bid on the water treatment plant improvement project to Care Civil Construction. Just as a reminder, the city has one water treatment plant that's just located in the central west portion of the city. The construction that we're talking about awarding is in the area of the existing gaseous chlorine equipment, which is located, located right down in the southern part of the water treatment plant. The purpose of this project consists of replacing the existing gaseous chlorine system with a sodium hypochlorite system and construct a new masonry building to contain it. The project schedule, should the City Council choose to award it tonight, would be 6 months, which mean we would have anticipated a construction start of March. It could be sooner, just depends on materials that the contractor is able to procure in a timely fashion. If it's March, then anticipated completion would be in September of 2026. The construction budget for this is $3,230,000. And I want to point out that's over 2 fiscal years. So just be aware of that. And we are aware that this project is going to roll into, should it be awarded the next fiscal year, and anticipated that. The engineer's estimate on this was $3.4 million. We received 2 bids, with the low bid coming in from Kier Civil Construction at $2,718,200. Kier has done work for the city in the past, has done works on projects like this, are very reputable. And so with that, I'd like to recommend a construction contract be awarded to Kier Civil Corporation in the amount of $2,718,200. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Are there any questions from members of the council for Mr. Hart?
I just got a quick question.
Vice Mayor Lynn?
We're upgrading it. We're upgrading it for the overall safety and maintenance. Is there any other reason why we're upgrading it? I mean, does it have to be replaced? Is that why we're doing this? I mean, this is a really expensive upgrade. And I'm all for safety and all that. I'm just curious.
Yeah. This process actually, my understanding, is a little bit easier process in terms of loading and unloading the material. It's obviously a safer environment for our city staff.
That was what I was looking for. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council for any discussion or possible motion. Yeah, Councilmember Moses.
Motion.
Please.
I move to award the base bid of the wastewater WTP improvement project to Kier Civil Corporation in the amount of $2,718,000. $2,718,200.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses, a second from Councilmember Koch. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And then our final public hearing of the evening is discussion and possible direction regarding the selection of vice mayor. This was an item that Councilmember Campbell had asked to be put on the agenda, so I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Campbell.
I get to make this really short and sweet, you guys. The bottom line is our code allows us direction on how we pick our vice mayor. And the reason why I brought this to our attention is in the past, I've noticed that it seems as if there's the vice mayor at the particular time is in an election period. And during that election period, they are giving out proclamations and they're seen out in the community a lot more. They have a closer connection, obviously, with the mayor. We know that. That's fantastic. But we currently just said that boards and commissions that aren't even paid have to resign from their position prior to getting their paperwork, because it looks as if we're giving them that they can influence people to sign their petitions. Well, what I'm saying is when you're sitting as the vice mayor over a current incumbent, or maybe a new council person that's coming to the table, there is definitely influence on that as well. So it's simple discussion. This is even before we elect the next vice mayor. I'm doing it now because I want everybody to know that I'm not trying to manipulate the numbers. I just really wanted an honest question that if you are running for council and you have admitted that you want to run for council in December, that you the council do not pick you as vice mayor if you believe that that's more influential. It's that's my discussion on this. And I would love to hear from each and every one of you if you think that if you believe the boards and commissions can influence, that's why they have to resign from their position even before getting paperwork. Do you believe it's the same for vice mayor? Yes or no? Can we just start with Cameron? And this is an open discussion. There's no direction.
I'll actually start, and then we can start.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Moses. So the citizens elect directly the mayor and 6 council members. And the vice mayor is chosen by code in the first meeting of December each year by the members of the council. The reason that the council considered and made a change to the code on our boards, committee, and commission members earlier this year was because the work that they hear, that those members hear on our committees to make a recommendation to the council, have influence, and they have influence on decisions that we're going to have recommendations, and that was the reason that was brought forward, and ultimately the council elected to make those code changes. When it comes to the vice mayor, although it's a very important position that assists me when I'm not available, conducts the meetings when I'm not available, does fill in for me when I'm not available, the vice mayor is selected by their colleagues. So the seven of us make that selection. And I don't know that does matter. I happen to have been the vice mayor the year that I ran for mayor. I don't know that it was by design. It just happened to be. Actually, I was the year prior, I believe Vice Mayor Lynn had made a motion for me to be the vice mayor. I wasn't prepared at that time to do so. And so that's actually what even planted the seed. So I don't know that it's a concerted effort. I haven't felt that in the years that I've been on council. Has it occurred? Possibly. I know what happened with me for sure. But I don't know that I don't have the same concern with the vice mayor running for council or another position at all. But the committee members, commission members, committee members that we appoint, like that, they were influencing some of their decisions based on politics of the run, in my opinion. So, so that's where I stand on it. And we'll go to Councilmember Moses, and then.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see that correlation as strongly as you do, and I don't think it's that big of an influential thing as well. I think it's when I made those comments about people on our boards, committees, and commissions. It wasn't my concern wasn't with them having the appearance of influence. My concern was getting good information back, right? Like when David was on boards, was on our planning and zoning board. My issue with that in him running for city council at the same time wasn't that he was getting notoriety. Has nothing to do with that. I want that, like, we're the ones who're supposed to get political, as we've proven tonight. I want somebody on that commission who's just going to give good feedback with their honest opinion without making political decisions. That's the whole point of those boards, is to give us a little more technical feedback rather than, hey, this is the foothills people like this, but the Riviera people like this. Well, I want to get elected, so I want to make them happy. That's my issue with with people being on those boards. So I understand how you're trying to make that correlation between that and the vice mayor. I don't see them being the same.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Koch?
I don't see a correlation between the two either, and I don't think we've ever selected a vice mayor based on it being somebody who was going to run for office or not run for office. And quite frankly, if it's about being at events, then we're all welcome to attend with you any proclamations that you give. So I don't think one has the advantage over another. And my years, I haven't seen a problem with it. And obviously, you've been on the council for a number of years, and obviously you haven't brought it up before. So I don't know why, if there must have been something that happened that caused you to have this concern.
Vice Mayor Lynn?
Are you asking me, or if I had some concerns or not? Okay, then you're not.
Vice Mayor Lynn?
I'm going to disagree with both my colleagues on this side, because I absolutely do think I've been on council as long as you have. And this is the first time that I've held the vice mayor position, and was told many times by not just colleagues, but people out in the public, that the reason that I wasn't chosen for vice mayor, and we've had past council members say that I didn't align with the mayor, or I wasn't voting a certain way, or I didn't have the experience. So I totally disagree. That I do think that vice mayor position, it is extremely important role at certain times. And it is during election times, because your picture's in the paper with the mayor everywhere. You're invited to events, you're on Speak Out, you are everywhere when you're the vice mayor during election time. And I beg to disagree with anybody to say that it's not, because it is.
Councilmember Diaz?
Yeah, I call it the David Diaz rule, that when you guys changed it to not, you have to resign from a boards and commission. But I could not disagree more that decisions that I made, and I didn't even say Joan DeZero, because we had the same conversation with her, that decisions I made when I was the chairman of the Plan and Zoning Commission and just a committee chairman of a member of the Plan and Zoning Commission were never made to get, I'll make this decision, I'm going to get elected better. It gives me a better chance to get a vote. None of my decisions were based on that. None of them whatsoever. And I'll get a Bible up here, I put my hand on it. Number two, yes, I think the vice mayor position it's exactly the same thing, because you don't want to be on a commission. You could influence it. Hey, I'm the Plan and Zoning Commissioner. Vote for me. Well, I'm the vice. You're going to use the vice mayor title if you're running for election. You're going to use that in your. I guarantee you're going to have that as a bullet point on your rack card, that you're the vice mayor of and it's going to, this person's the vice mayor. They're really qualified to, maybe from someone who's not even on the council to run. So I totally agree that it could influence people to vote for you if you're the vice mayor. So there's no different between that and having to resign from a commission. It's exactly the same thing.
And I just will be put on record as well, as this is coming up. Even if you would have asked me to be vice mayor right now, the answer would be absolutely no, because my intention right now is not to try and influence or try and get a leverage to have that title. I don't have an interest in that title. If I was asked to do that title right now, the answer would be no. And so, just assuming that David Diaz didn't vote the best way he knew how as a commissioner, I think that's completely unfair. That I know for a fact that all of those boards and commissions do an outstanding job, and I think that they do their work, and I think they go pound pavement and they go talk to everybody, no different than you and I are up here. That's why incumbents have a better chance of winning in a race, because we have a voting record, and that is super important to voters. So that is what I am saying to you guys today. And yes, to go out and say that you're vice mayor and you're right next to the mayors as well, definitely influences it. If you guys don't believe that, then obviously we totally disagree. So again, I'm on record stating that I have absolutely no interest of saying, I'm only doing this because Nancy's going to manipulate the system so she could be vice mayor. Thus where I'm at right now. Plus I'm announcing that even if somebody asks me in December, it's a no. So all I'm doing is bringing it up for future. It was very obvious to me. I have seen in the past how I know Councilmember Lynn, how many years before they picked you for vice mayor? And I was told over and over, well, until you align with the mayor, or until you do this, or until you do that, you will not get this position. You were also told you were really good with girls and Girl Scouts and stuff, and you couldn't do anything else. So it's a really bad look. And that was set up on this council chambers, of why Councilmember Lynn was unqualified to be vice mayor. And I think that's completely unfair, because she has proven that the citizens have voted for her over and over and over. Tonight, I was hoping this would be just a simple ask. It's only a discussion. Think about it. I always like to process some information. Go home and think about what I said and really ask yourself the question. Does the vice mayor might have an advantage over maybe somebody that's on the council already, or even more than that, a new person that wants to run for council? They already are at a disadvantage. It would be nice for them to have at least equal advantage. So that's it. There's my discussion.
Yes, a couple of just follow-up comments that I'd heard when it came to the citizens have elected all members of the council. So when it comes to influence, we all have the same influence regardless of vice mayor title or a council member title. And so when it comes, so that's where I see the differentiating point between the council member and a board committee or commission member. So, and Councilmember Diaz, it wasn't, you may call it the Diaz rule, but there was other people that were running in that same election. It was not just you that were on committees and commissions. So, and we still have the ability, with your words, Councilmember Campbell, when the vote does come at our next meeting. So our next meeting is when we make the selection for vice mayor, that we don't have to have it codified. We can, as a council, say we don't want to have someone that's running for office in this particular vote for this next time, but that leaves the most flexibility for future councils to decide what they want to do when it comes to the way they want to do it. And I will just for the record, because it came up a few times about Vice Mayor Lynn, Vice Mayor Lynn has done a really fantastic job. And I don't ever ask vice mayors to align with me that the words that are being said never came from my mouth. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. The council elects the vice mayor. And certainly it makes it easier if we see eye to eye in the direction of the city. But that has never been words out of my mouth. And Vice Mayor Lynn and I have worked very, very well this year and have accomplished many things. And she has shown up every time I needed her to show up. So, and more. So just for the record, but all right, we'll go ahead and close this conversation. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll go ahead and also close that discussion. All right, the next item on our agenda is the call to the public. This is where citizens have an opportunity to address the city council on items within the jurisdiction of Lake Havasu City. Your comments are limited to 3 minutes. We do ask that you address the council directly. We are not able to have a two-way conversation or be able to have back and forth. However, we can respond to criticism should that arise. You don't have to sign up, but we did have folks sign up. So we'll start with Conrad Verdon with Anglers United. I don't see him with us any longer. And it looks like Jeff Hall, which I don't know that I see Mr. Hall either. And then Mr. Buckley. Green light.
Green light. How's that?
Perfect. Yeah.
Better?
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, it's a pleasure to be in front of you all again. Great to see everyone this evening. Come with you with some very interesting news. So an opportunity was presented to us about a month ago. Cal and I were connected via email with some event organizers from Ironman Arizona who have been in Tempe for the past 21 years. Due to their urban development, their courses are being a little bit more compromised than they can live with moving forward. So they are looking very seriously at making Lake Havasu City their permanent home for Ironman Arizona. A lot of back history on this, but I've got about 2 minutes left, so I'm going to make this very, very quick. At this point in the conversation, there's been some exploration on the Go Lake Havasu side. We've had some communication with Mr. Mayor, city manager about pursuing this opportunity. Actually had Jerry Bracamonte take us all and the site selectors on a tour. And we now have a contract that we need to entertain and open the discussion for. So I have called a meeting tomorrow morning at our offices at 9:30. Currently, we have State Senate. We have the regional director for ADOT. We have Mojave County. David Diaz, as you know, is the designated council member for the board on Go Lake Havasu. He'll be there as well. But at this point, I want to open up the invitation to all of council to join in on this call because I'm sorry, I'm getting a flag here.
We can't have more than three of us in a room. And I'm also on that call for tomorrow as well.
That's understood. I apologize. I don't know all the rules, so please forgive me for overspeaking. But I do want to bring this conversation to public awareness that we are being, for lack of a better term, we're kind of being courted by Ironman Arizona. They really want to be here. To my knowledge, they aren't looking at any other community in Arizona right now. My understanding is if it doesn't work in Lake Havasu City, there might be a year without Ironman Arizona as they look for another home, but this is our opportunity. I can't guarantee that this is going to be back next year, the year after. I don't know if it's ever been here before. So to that end, I want you to know that this discussion is going to happen. We're going to have it tomorrow morning, 9:30. That's going to set the tone for the next steps. Really, it's a feasibility conversation to get everybody involved and determine if, in fact, we have the manpower, the infrastructure, and the will to host Ironman Arizona. So that's what I wanted to bring to your attention tonight. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley.
Mayor, I know it's not an O2-way, but when he said quorum, if it's not an agenda item and we're just all somewhere, can you still just listen?
No, not on. Yeah, it needs to be posted, and also this potentially could have a future vote of the council. Yeah, Ms. Toy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I would just like to formally apologize that 2 weeks during the last city council meeting you had, when you had the discussion of the master fees, I did not pay attention to all the master fees and all the increases, but I noticed within the last couple of weeks, when I went back and looked at the increases for the master fee, it includes an increase on business licenses. And business licenses right now are at $188, and you're increasing it to $196. And I realized that back in 2023, you had increased it from 140 to 167. And I stood up in that time and discussed the fact that I thought that was really high to go from 140 to 167 and probably not really wise. In the meantime, I even had mentioned that in 2021, you had 560 new businesses. 2022, you had 774 new businesses. In October of 23, there were 661 new businesses. After the increase of business licensing fees, of course, I know there's other aspects than just the licensing fee. In 2024, you had 520 new business licenses, and so far, up to November 17th, there had been 404 new business licenses. Also, I noted that last year in the master fee schedule that Ms. Olson had noted the city the business license rates for Avondale, Kingman, Yuma, Bullhead City, Goodyear, Mariana, Casa Grande, Prescott, Flagstaff, and Buckeye. Those are actually the cities that I looked at in 2023. All of them much lower than Havasu, anywhere from $40 to $100. And this year, or last year, the list was Maricopa, Bullhead, Mariana, Avondale, Casa Grande, Goodyear, Aurora Valley, Kingman, and Yuma. The highest is in Yuma at $120. Every other city is under, except for Kingman, is under $100. And right now, a person who wants to start a new business can go get a business license in Bullhead City for $60 and Kingman for $100, and will still be less cost for them than in Lake Havasu City. And I just wanted to recommend that maybe you not raise the rate $6. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council during call to the public? Seeing none, we'll close the call to the public. Item 9, are there any current events for our council committee reports? All right. Item 10, future meetings. Our next meeting is going to be on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. It will be a regular meeting. Our meeting on Tuesday, December 23rd, 2025 has been canceled. Item 11, are there any future discussion items? Item 12, we are adjourned. Be kind. We'll see you next time. Happy Thanksgiving.